Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 20th, 2024 Athabasca County Committee of the Whole meeting. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. First item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda for today's meeting. Are there any additions or deletions? Seeing none, can we get a motion to approve? Councillor Minns. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Next item is the approval of the minutes from our July 16th Committee of the Whole meeting. I will note there was one error in the minutes for resolution 24-100. That item was moved by Councillor Minns in my notes. Are there any other amendments required to the minutes? Seeing none, can we get a motion to approve the minutes as amended? Councillor Chamzik. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Gerlich, how did you vote? In favor or opposed? Yep. That motion is carried 9-0. Next item on our agenda. Oh, you're opposed. Sorry. 8-1. Next item is item 4.1, the action item list. This can be found on page 11 of your agenda package. Are there any questions pertaining to the action item list? I would like to compliment administration. The action item list is only 4 pages now. It's significantly shorter than when we started this process. So, are there any questions pertaining to the action item list? Seeing none, can we get a motion to accept the action item list as information? Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. On page number 12, CC 2431. I know we asked about the last time and was told if it's still on here, then it's not done. Do we have a completion date for that item? It is complete.
Madam Chair, subsequent to printing of the agenda, this item was completed.
Councillor Cromwell, were you also moving to accept the action item list as information?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Item 4.2 is our CAO update. This is found on page 16 of your agenda package. Are there any questions for the CAO? Seeing none, can we get Councillor Minns?
I guess, I don't know if I can ask it here or not, the Island Lake water line study and that, have we received all the agreements yet or not?
We've heard back from 2 of our municipal partners, 2 summer villages, that they have general agreement to what council had proposed, and have appointed people to the advisory committee. And so we're bringing a similar item to the next council meeting for discussion. And I know that there are some summer village council meetings planned in the next couple of weeks, so maybe we'll get the answers back.
Okay, and then one other question would be, what do we need to get the pre-design going? What do we need to do here? Do we need to pass a motion in council to get it going, or the more we stay away or the more it takes longer to do this, the more it's going to end up costing. We know that. So
Madam Chair, yeah, at the advisory committee, steering committee level, they recommended we use Associated Engineering directly without going to proposal to accelerate the project.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the actual work program proposal from Associated, so they haven't submitted anything yet,
oh, okay.
but they're working on it.
They're working on it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. Well, thank you. Awesome news.
Were there any further questions for the CAO? Seeing none, can we get a motion to accept the CAO update as information? What's the look for? Councillor Minns made that motion. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Next item is the department updates. We will begin with the Infrastructure Services Department update on page 17 of your agenda package. Are there any questions for the Director of Infrastructure, Councillor Cromwell?
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for this very exhaustive sheet of maintenance done, maintenance needs, much appreciated. It's a lot of work that your department is doing on here. There is one bridge file that I noticed is not on here that I know has some repairs that are waiting. Bridge file 73210, which is the Mountain Creek Bridge up in Division 6. Just a reminder on that one, we have lost about 65% of the east bank. And now the southeast bank is eroding and dropping by several inches per week. And if we don't get something done, we're going to lose the side of the bridge holdings.
Director?
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell, I believe 73210 is the large orange about halfway down the page.
I must have read that like 3 times and didn't find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Reeve Hall.
Just wondering if you could remind us the color scheme. I've forgotten what the colors mean.
Through the chair to Reeve Hall, I will have a legend provided for the next one. This is just how they track the work internally, but I will have a legend provided with your next report.
Thank you. Any further questions for the Director?
Do you have an update on the drainage on road 213 north of Deep Creek? Any progress on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Wallach, it's scheduled for the end of the season.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you so much for this. I love these reports. They're fantastic, really good information and very helpful to pass along to the public as well when they phone and ask them what's going on. And this is awesome to be able to pass along and many compliments from them as well. Quick question on culverts. There was one that was torn apart on 203 and 662. Was just wondering if there's a status on that one by any chance. North of 662, pardon me.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, remind me, is that the one where the car decided to relocate itself off the road?
Oh, no, this is further north. This is towards the Amber Valley Cemetery. It was, I think, clipped by a mower and is pretty main.
I will get an update on that and get it back to you.
Thank you so much. If I may continue, thank you. Page 19, we discussed hydrants, fire hydrants. I was just curious, are all the hydrants in the hamlets in full service now?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, no, I believe there is one still not functioning in Grassland.
And I'm okay, no timeline. All right. If I may have a couple more questions, thank you. The lead testing has been completed in all hamlets. Have we got results on that? It's all good, I'm assuming?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Holland, those results came back clear.
Awesome, thank you. Recreation services on page 20. I know there's quite a bit of work going on and in our recreation areas. Jackfish Lake isn't mentioned, and I've got quite a bit of feedback regarding Jackfish Lake that I'd like to pass along. I'm just curious if that is one of the campgrounds that's being looked at.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, these would be the concerns regarding mowing and tidying up in there.
That and signage, boat launch, the levels of the lake. There's quite a extensive. I was going to put an email together.
We have met with several people out there. We find in that particular campground that general maintenance and mowing is much more difficult because people don't want us mowing while their stuff's there. And yet the next person's in long before we can get the mower in. So we have to devise some method of dealing with that. And the department is looking into it. In regards to signage, we have taken many concerns about please take down the don't drink and boat signs because
Oh.
people think that they should be allowed. So
Yeah, that's not really a good idea. No, there's also signs that have bullet holes in them and that kind of thing. So I'll send a list of provided. Yes, thank you. And I think that that's also, thank you again for the excellent report.
Counselor Mins.
Just great job and kudos to getting the White Gull Sports Court repaved. I've gotten a few comments on that. Lots of thank yous and all that. So great job there. Looking forward to having lines painted. I think last time I was out there, half the lines were painted, but doesn't matter. It's a great job. And then is there any thoughts on, I've had a couple of people ask me regarding the cement, that cement that we put on there coming into White Gull, if there was any thoughts on what we could do with that. It is getting cracked up very hard and there's a heck of a bump at the beginning where the access road onto Grosmont Road. It's getting dipped in there pretty good, and I don't understand why. Maybe it's a culvert. I have no idea, but and that cement's really starting to crack up in there, really starting to crack up bad, and I don't know if we want to remove it or if we want to. But it should be. We should start looking at that or something like that, because it's starting to really go. So, do we save it? Maybe with a slurry coat, something like that on top, or I know just a splash of oil on top, I don't think will do much, but maybe a slurry coat or something like that, just to try to save that asphalt or that cement there. And
Is that
yeah,
something that maybe administration could look at and then come back to us with?
yeah, just if we could have a peek at it or something like that. And the trees coming in there on that Ball Diamond side are really starting to come in. But people are very happy out there. They told me what a great job we're doing open in that White Gull area. So, and the only other thing one other question I had is, I know the big spread gravels started out in 9 and 8 and 5, and that coming out of Tower Pit. When we move down to Division 1, are we going to be hauling out of Burke Pit, or are we going to be hauling out of Moose Hill Pit?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, there was some discussion back and forth on that. I can email you out a final decision once administration's made it.
Okay, it just as long as everybody's aware that if we do haul out of Moose Hill Pit with the owner of it, as long as we're, because he's still in tune with hauling gravel into Tower Pit. So if all of a sudden we start taking gravel from him out of Moose Hill Pit down to Division 1, is that allotment that he has to haul in here? And if it is, it should be at a cheaper price, right? So that's the only reason I'm bringing that up, because if that does happen, just to be aware of it. So, thank you.
That was all?
I know.
Sorry.
You know what? I love seeing just videos. Great job.
I was expecting a few more follow-ups. So. Any further questions for the director? Paul.
Can you clarify for us if the hydrants in the hamlets are for maintenance and flushing or for firefighting?
Through the chair to Reeve Hall, I know some of the hydrants have been used in the past, but not all of them. I can't speak to which we use for firefighting and which we use for just flushing.
That it? Any further questions for the director? I did have one about the Amisk Lake boat launch. I know that that's a compound issue. It's only being exacerbated by the lake level being down so much this year. Can you speak to what how that boat launch is evaluated and what we can or cannot control at that location?
Madam Chair, the first thing we cannot control is the lake level. We have put further pads out. But it's still fairly hefty drop at the end of it, apparently. I have not personally walked to see how far it drops. We are proposing next year to prioritize all of the boat launches on a 5-year plan, and so they are being assessed now. So that we can start, they've had not a lot of tender loving care over the years, and so we're looking at how we can manage that to improve the usage for boaters. But lake levels are our major enemy at the moment, so.
Thank you. And your report mentions the disposition requirements.
Our dispositions are now all submitted for the boat launches.
Okay.
And we're awaiting on 2, I believe, to come back, but everything else is up to date.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any further questions for the director? Seeing none, let's move on to the Community and Protective Services Department update on page 23 of your agenda package. Are there any questions for Director Wilkinson? Counselor Mintz?
See, there was a, can't find it right now, but there was a, there's a CPO, a sergeant and manager attended RCMP Town Hall at Rosemont Hall. When was that?
July. That's the one that the summer villages were talking about hosting at their unified meeting. And when the sergeant spoke to me about it, he said it was a really favorable response.
Were we notified that that meeting was going on? It was on Facebook. I would have very much liked to have been notified that that meeting was going on, just due to the fact that it was at Grossmont. Like, I don't understand why we weren't notified.
Recall?
I know when we got the email originally telling us like there was some kind of electronic notice about that meeting way back, their intent. I replied to the sender saying, I know county residents would be interested in this, and asked if they would keep us in the loop, and clearly I didn't hear about it till after the fact in terms of date, but I had made that request because
Oh, yeah, no, I remember you making that request and everything, but it's just, it's just kind of maddening that we were not notified as council that this was going on, because I would have been there. And this is the first I've known about it. All of a sudden that came up, so. There's nothing I can do about it now. I'm not very happy that that went on and we were not notified as council.
Did you have any further questions for the director?
No.
Thank you. Counselor Wallach?
This is for fire services. I spoke with some members at the Richmond Park Fire Hall, and they currently don't have any hot water or shower or washing machine. And I know they've been talking about that for a while. I'm just wondering if there's any update on that project, or if that's even in your guys' scope.
Yep, for sure it is. It's being worked on, and I know Travis was talking about it last week, that we are moving forward with that.
Counselor Cromwell?
Thank you. I see here on page 23, the very bottom line, that the Highway 63 RFP was closed and awarded, but no more information.
Yep, so that contract has been awarded to Transcare, and we're currently working on a contract.
Thank you. Any further questions for the director? Recall?
Director Wilkinson, I know all of council's aware of a couple of complaints we've had about maybe a persistent offender on a dog boarding facility. Recently, as you're aware, all of council received a note from regarding an issue that occurred there regarding the care and treatment of animals. Can you confirm for us, is that really more appropriately directed to the SPCA versus the county peace officer team?
It probably could be directed to SPCA, but we are also looking into, how we would, you know, there's some discussions happening and we're looking at conditions on the development permit, et cetera. So.
Any further questions for the director? Seeing none, let's move on to the Corporate Services Department update on page 34 of your agenda package. Are there any questions for Director Amberly? Councilor Holland.
Thank you. Again, thank you, all for your reports. Very thorough and great information. Pardon me, this is on to the next agenda item. I'm sorry, just look at the top. I'll wait till next time. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Corporate Services Department update, page 34. Any questions for the director? Reeve Hall.
Can you help us understand what's happening with the Dayforce implementation? Is this not going the way? The impression that I had when I read it, which might be incorrect, was it is not going the way one would hope if you're implementing a new payroll system, and is that impacting the employees of the organization in a negative way?
Madam Chair and members of council, we're proceeding with Dayforce. In fact, we've sent out 2 info sheets to staff just to give them a heads up of what they can expect, and another one's coming out today. We haven't run into any issues. We're taking it slowly so that staff can adjust, and we need some personal email addresses for certain staffs that we're helping them get that along so that they can get all of the information so that they can log into the system and get all of their employee information. So we're just waiting on that.
Okay. And then in follow-up, the county handles payroll services for some of our, should we say, partner organizations, commissions. Have we had, can you assure us there's been good communication with them about the impacts on their organization and training? And as we've got this change, there's also, if this affects them, also the changes to the benefit program that we've approved in the past. Like, is that rollout? Have we communicated well enough with them in your view?
Madam Chair and members of council, the info sheets that we're sharing with council are also being shared with the commissions, and there is constant contact with them. As far as the benefits program, we're just working on a communication with the CAO on sending that out, and the commissions will also be advised.
Thank you. Any further questions for the director? Seeing none, can we get a motion to accept the department updates as information? Councillor Chamzak? Call question, all in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Item 4.4 on your agenda is councillor updates. We will start with Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. Beautiful summer going on. Not much to talk about up in Division 6 right now. I've received numerous complaints about grader, gravel, and the Plamondon cut across right now, the state of the roads, work that's been waiting to get done. Many ratepayers are asking when Division 6 will get looked at this year. Also been receiving quite a few complaints or concerns in the last few days about a rumored new development that will be coming to downtown Wandering River. As we've heard nothing yet, it's just a rumor, but many upset people hearing things through the grapevine. Otherwise, we're chugging along.
Councillor Grilic.
Been a quiet summer. Not a whole lot to report. We almost had a tornado the other day. It formed and we got halfway to the ground and it went back up, thankfully. that was exciting. Um, Other than that, things are just progressing.
Counselor Capitaniak,
Well,
can you use your microphone, please?
exciting.
Thank you.
Summer is when Collington like blooms, gets exciting with steak night every Thursday and all the people that come from, I would like to say Alberta, but, it's something to remember that some of our hamlets can become pretty hot tourist destinations, even one day a week. The people that come to Collington for steak night continues to surprise me, but from as far as Wabasca, Edmonton now, met people from Morinville, last week, and just something to keep in mind when we are looking at our hamlet, let's say cleanup and our different ways that we look at promoting our communities. I've been really thankful to the mowing crew this year, keeping all of the hamlets, Minnook especially, beautiful for their homecoming that happened over the August long weekend. And a lot of people making mention of that extra care that was taken in cutting. And the one thing that is a hot topic is the tansy bloom, which I mean, is everywhere on private property and county property. And I know that that cannot just be taken out in a day, a week, 10 years, 100 years. But it is something that people have brought up to me, that everything is looking really great, but there are some county properties that have tansy, and how do we, make somebody go take care of theirs and not take care of our own? So that's just something to be keeping in mind as well. We had a multiplex AGM, feels like a year ago, but it was just a month ago. Got the opportunity to volunteer alongside my colleague, Mr. Hall, at Deputy Reeve Ashton's informally organized, or say you're not the formal organizer, but you are the organizer of the Hell on Hooves for the second year. Volunteering there was again a really great opportunity to see how many small town events can bring people from outside communities, and especially family friendly ones. And that is just a testament to volunteer hours. And everywhere that we are talking about wanting to do things in our community, we remember that all of those hours are really given by people who live there and want to see their communities succeed. So that was a really great event to see all the food trucks that were from other towns in our county out, literally running out of food, like probably having their best day ever. And that's economy. So that's great. And I ate lots of pierogies. Okay. Anyway, we had some other meetings, I'm sure. I don't feel like we've had a lot of meetings. I missed Pembina Zone, so I think that was the only other thing that was going on. Summer hasn't been quiet, but it has been a little quieter. And that's all.
Thank you. Refall?
I'm always glad when someone speaks ahead of me because it reminds me of things that I don't think about that just occur. But, speaking of the blooms, in my travels, I've also noticed a lot of invasive weeds in the region, and wonder if at some point in the future, it would be for us to discuss the organizing of an application to, report pins. And because when we see a single beautiful tansy bloom, if we can get them when there's, one, it would be better than when we're having to spray a whole bunch. I have also been places where people mow around them because they're hardy and pretty. That's a different story. In the time since our last committee of the whole meeting, there's obviously been, some limited discussion with ratepayers addressing some questions around roads and when gravel spreads are going to be happening, and that's have been directed to the appropriate individuals. That's really been pretty limited. I've been engaged in some discussions and follow-up with potential developers and investors who are looking at the region. I have attended the Pembina meeting, as many of you know. There's a water commission meeting, and there's a lot of exciting things happening there. I think we need to really highlight and celebrate the $16 million infrastructure investment that's coming our way. That's a really big deal, and is in my view, is something that will benefit the region for multiple generations. And the benefit of that will just continue to grow over time, even though in the near term, the usage will be what it is. I'm sure that infrastructure will add significant value to our region and our neighbors in the summer villages in time. The other encouraging things, there's been discussions with through the commission with our neighbors at Thorhild County. There's been a trip, and I can't remember if this was before the last committee, the whole meeting with Councillor Minns and a couple others to talk with the MD Opportunity about how we can work together to provide clean water to their Calling Lake region. And Councillor Minns and I still are intending to organize another follow-up discussion with Chief Aluk. We just haven't been able to connect with him, I think, because of the summer season. I was attended the multiplex AGM. Had a bit of a discussion with the staff sergeant one day. One of the things that the principal outcome of that was talking about crime in the region and the challenges that exist with the catch and release system that the justice system seems to have. And so that may be something that I think that is something rather that we need to talk about, what types of action we take as a council, whether it's additional letters to Minister Ellis and the Justice Minister, or speaking with the folks at K Division at RMA, although I think that actually has less value because they know the problem. It's really it's an issue of folks who are on, the one case I can remember, something like six warrants issued in the last 18 months or less, and multiple arrests, and every time but one they're being released right away to continue on with their criminal occupation. It was as noted, I was personally out to volunteer at the Hell on Hooves event in Boyle, and there was an opportunity there, unfortunately, to witness Stars pick up someone who'd been injured. And because that occurred 2 days after we agreed to bump our value, it really, to me, was sort of a reinforcement of the value of that service in our region, where we can't necessarily have the service that we need next door, but we can have that critical lifeline available when we need it, and it was needed, and it was there. The other note that I had written down was and this will connect into the next agenda item around the rail strike, but I did have a discussion with Alberta Pacific, one of the leaders there, about the potential impacts on our economy of this impending work stoppage with the rail, and I'll leave the comments on that until the next agenda item. I'm sure there are items that I've forgotten, but that's what's on my mind right now.
Thank you. Councillor Minns.
Yeah, right.
Already.
Excuse me. Big thing, Baptiste Creek is running. The lake's dropped by about 6 inches. So I don't know how it opened up. I have no idea, but it's crashing. So there's going to be happy people at the south end. There's going to be not so happy people at the north end, and people in the middle. Come say saw, whatever. But just so you know, Baptiste Creek is running. We had the zone meeting. Then went to we had an Alice meeting here in Athabasca. It was a very good meeting attended by all 3 municipalities, and some great conversation, discussed grants, and the coordinator, Lisa, the coordinator, was going to sit down with the Federal Alice Committee and the Barrhead CAO and discuss more funding, if we can get more funding on that end. And just due to the fact of the administration of all this, of all the projects and everything. But 7 projects fully completed. One thing was there was anybody doing a shelter belt last year, there was lots of die off on the spruce end, just due to the lack of snow. honestly, there was a big one out north of town that a lot of the trees died just due to the fact of, and that's too bad, but that's why they get a compensation for the land and everything is to do the maintenance of the project, so. So, and then we went on a field tour, which was very nice. We all met out at, in Division 4, Terry and Pat Francis's place to look at their project out there, a couple of beaver pond levelers, bat houses, I think I've talked to you about it before, bee hotels, everything. Plants. And there was no tansy there, but other than that, there was some pollinating trees and stuff like that, and everything seems to be running very well out there, so. And I think the landowners are still getting along. I haven't heard anything negative, but so that's one good thing. That's a positive. And Reeve Hall discussed with you a little bit about the Water Commission meeting. Had a good meeting on, supposed to be a short one, and holy man, went a little bit longer than what everybody thought. But there was some good discussion and really good stuff on, you know, we want to get a lot of these projects going, even you know, the water line again. I just want to make sure that, you know, faster we get on this project, the less it's going to cost us. So and the discussion with Thor is pretty well dead, but the discussion with MD of Opportunity, that was really good. And the feedback that we got just with the confirmation of a waterline feasibility study going that way is very positive. So, and other than that, some great fishing and hanging out with the grandkids.
Counselor Holland.
Thanks very much. Yes, the summer is definitely going by quickly. Even though some of my committees are not meeting during the summer, the committee work is still carrying on. So for example, trails, the master plan is being reviewed. The action list is also being reviewed and worked on, as well as continued cleanup as people are going through the trails and reporting and letting know, you know, if a tree is down or something like that, it comes forward. I've had a couple of emails, one that I actually just got when I arrived here. But the other one was with regards to a cycling group that are reaching out to check out the status of the trail and how it is, because they'd like to come from Edmonton forward and whatnot. So it's gaining more and more attraction and more use. And the more that it's cleaned up, the more it's being used. So it's gaining a lot of interest and attraction, which is awesome. And other than committee work, the meeting with residents, discussing residents' concerns. There's quite a variety of concerns, I guess, depending on where everyone is living, and it's anything to do with roads, water laying in ditches, trails, lack of trails. People are really looking for that outdoor experience. Jackfish Lake was another one that has been a huge topic, and comments made with regards to the levels of the lake. And as you mentioned, we're not able to deal with the levels of the lake, but there is concern that there's possible disturbance to the tributaries around the Crown land, that kind of thing that is not allowing water to flow into Jackfish Lake, which is causing problems with not having enough oxygen in the lake for fish to survive. So people are really concerned with the health of the lake, as it used to be quite a gem and very busy place to be that people like to go to. So I'll pass along all of that. Minimum tax was another one that was a hot topic. And I think will continue to be a hot topic that's impacting people that have a lot of lease parcels. So that came forward. Water rates is another one that is continuing to be a craw in folks' sides. Going through bridges, Collinton Bridge, until we get that one done, I think will always be a hot topic for sure. Community Communication was another one that people felt was a little bit lacking. And I noticed that there is a survey coming out with regards to how the public can communicate, or we can communicate better with the public. So I pass that information on as well, which is being well received. So a lot of conversation happening over the summer. It's great to meet with people and hear what they actually have to say. Jackfish Lake was another one that people hoped that we could get trails around Jackfish Lake if boating is becoming a concern. So again, trails is huge, and hopefully we can gain some ground on that one. And other than that, it's just been a great summer for most people.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I went to regular meetings, also attended Pembina Zones. Our Northern Lights executive meeting was held in Gibbons last week. We worked on policies, cost saving plans for budget 25, reducing in-person meetings and other cutbacks. Our 7 system advocacy committee has been created templates and guides for libraries, boards, and friends groups. This will assist with budget presentations, recruiting roles and responsibilities, just more services offered by Northern Lights. I attended Wildberry Festival. I would say it was a fantastic event. It was probably the best done yet, best attended in my recent memory. I also attended the RMA Energy Industry Town Hall. We've all received the letter from Mr. Brian Jean and also the correspondence from the briefing yesterday in the report. So that takes off about 2 pages of notes for you guys. One of the things that I will say about that from the RMA president, you know, there was a very healthy discussion with some of different town halls and opportunities being able to come up, just being very strategic about asking real specific questions up on the mic. And tool advocacy kit will be coming out shortly. Yesterday, we met with a panel of interviews for applicants for the Athabasca County Library Board for Wandering River. When we concluded the interviews, a successor will be chosen September 9th at our board meeting when all members are present. And also FCSS is hosting a community barbecue event August 27th. From 11 till 2. And other than that, met with a couple of residents. And that's about it.
Councillor Wallach.
Okay, so we had a ASB meeting end of July. The county has a weed control incentive program, which has had a huge uptake this year, along with a new quad sprayer. So the program has been quite successful. We have updated our rental program with some new equipment and pricing. And we are members of the Egg for Life program again, which helps educate children in schools and provides great information about agriculture. The healthcare committee has 30 medical related students coming at the end of October for a tour of Athabasca and Boyle. So that's awesome. That's the first time we'll be hosting that program. That's through RPAP is one of their things they do. And attended the Rochester Fair. They had again a great turnout. They had 230 people at their dance, which is huge for Rochester. I had the pleasure of taking some people out to the Deep Creek Colony for a tour of their facilities and what they're doing. Extremely successful. You had Lisa Ford from Jobs Economy and Trade out, Bob from Alberta Hub, and Jen Kirkpatrick from the office here. They're doing some big things out there. It's quite significant. So there's some things coming down the pipe with them that they'll be doubling probably their hiring capacity. And yeah, that's all I can say. That's it.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to attend the Pembina Zone meeting. I know it's shocking that I go to those. There were great presentations this time from Fortis Alberta, Brownlee, and from AHS's ambulatory services, just learning how their system works and different things that they're struggling with. And of course, recruitment and retention is always very high on their list. And I just want to note that the next Pembina Zone meeting has been moved to October 7th to accommodate preparation for the fall RMA convention. So October 7th. Also, we had a multiplex meeting, lots of discussion going on around patron misconduct and preparing for the upcoming school year. Even though I'm not personally prepared for school to start again, At the multiplex, I know the general manager and myself will be meeting with EPC on Thursday to discuss how we can better serve EPC, how we can work together on different programs and different things like that. So, and I don't know if it's really been publicized, but 2 individuals were banned from the facility due to misconduct at our last meeting, permanently banned. The board and the staff at the Athabasca Regional Multiplex take safety very important and want to ensure that all patrons feel safe in the facility. Other than that, attended the Hell on Hooves event in Boyle and the Wildberry Festival. Hearing concerns from community groups about our contractor who deals with Visit Athabasca and maybe some misinformation that's been spread and things that have made things more difficult for some of our local community groups because of that. Not a lot in public, no, but I know that personally from the Hell on Hooves event, misinformation was spread and it caused a significant amount of uptakes from people who were mad about not being able to find information on things that were advertised that weren't actually happening. So that was fun to deal with the week before the event, but also hearing some resident concerns about the Amherst boat launch and lake levels, which I keep telling people, I'm sorry, but I can't control the lake levels. I wish I could, but that's just not within my power. And some of the roads accessing our recreation areas and just wishing that they were maintained on a more frequent basis in the summertime when the usage is increased. Also hearing some concerns about some of the county projects happening in Division 3 and maybe the justification for doing those. So that's been very interesting conversations to have. But I have had a couple people phone me and compliment the county's new sprayer that's available for rental and the spraying crews that are available to hire, and just saying that they are doing a fantastic job and that they were prompt and things like that. So that's all I have for this month. Thankfully. Is there somebody willing to make a motion to accept the counselor updates as information? Counselor Cromwell? Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Next item on our agenda is item 4.5, Canadian Rail Strike, Local Impacts. This begins on page 38 of your agenda package. Reeve Hall, I believe you have been having conversations with the rail advocacy group about this.
Yeah, so I asked for this to be added to the agenda because I think there is obviously some pending labor action that will have a deep effect on our local economy. And I think it's important that council have a minute and talk about it and think about it. And if we want to do anything or nothing, at least make an active choice. I think, you know, the concerns that I think we all should have in the short term are the impacts on the industries in our region. We're about to start harvest, which when rail cars don't move, grain doesn't move to port. And I don't know many farms that have enough capacity for all the grain they take off. And so while there's some time there, you know, we're starting that. Certainly forestry is a big deal in this region in terms of the mill and the amount they move, and then to an important but lesser extent also the energy industry. So that we all kind of have some of the same data. The Industrial Relations Board has created, you know, a great deal of uncertainty with the decision they've made. And I had a conversation with one of the ALPAC leadership, I think last week. And so while the bill has some plans to address the potential labor stoppage with a mini shutdown and a little bit of work, the reality is they have about a week's worth of warehouse space. The mill fills a rail car every hour, 24 a day. And it doesn't take, a math wizard to figure out it's not going to be long before the cars are full and there's nowhere for pulp to go. So warehouse space certainly is a bottleneck. As everybody is aware, use trucking as an option. There is some warehouse space in other places, but that really is all very limited in terms of its capacity. It's really hard on our industry in our region for the mill to be in a position where they're not producing, and especially the ripple effects of that are not just the people directly employed there, but probably more significantly the trucks and the folks who are hauling the harvest. And then the ripple effect that have when they stop buying fuel, when they stop paying bills, when they stop doing repairs. So it's extremely harmful to the economy generally to have a stoppage like this because of all of those things, especially, here with forestry and ag. And then, one would naturally expect as trucks become more in demand, the movement of goods will be push up because of how supply and demand work. And that you might think would drive some inflation, which on the way in, I was listening to the radio and they talked about the Bank of Canada saying inflation is actually coming down again. It's fairly low. But ultimately, I think it's not really important for council to take a position on the two bargaining sides of this. It's more important to say the impact on the national economy and the provincial economy and the local economy is so critical. I would propose that we consider both sending letters to the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Transportation. I would be prepared with council's consent to, I think, do a bit of a letter to an open letter or something into our local paper. I'm not so naive to think that the federal cabinet minister is going to give, a moment's thought to what a rural county in Alberta is going to have to say. But I think what can have some impact is when we start that and we can encourage others in the region to start putting some pressure on and send emails and send letters. There's opportunities to reach out to the two MPs, Ms. Stubbs and I believe Ms. Goodridge, who are in our general vicinity. And provincially, I know from my conversations with the mill, the province is very supportive of seeing something like this go to binding arbitration. The effects, I guess, I'm trying to make sure I give you a concise version of my notes. One of the big problems that you see happen is when something, as an example with the mill, they shut down and they can no longer deliver to their customers. It creates for the mill and for our other Canadian manufacturing and suppliers, it creates an international reputation that we're not reliable. And once you lose customers, I don't know, my experience has been it's hard to bring them back. Keeping an existing customer is so much easier. So when you start seeing, the folks who want to buy the products that we produce as a region and nation are not going to sit on their hands and say, oh gosh, they're on strike. We'll just sit down and do nothing too. They'll find a competitor and buy from them. And that opens the door to, our industry's not receiving those customers back. The other sort of compounding factor, which of course you would not expect to occur at the same time, but there's a potential for a port strike as well. That it looks like is probably on hold, which would be wise if you're the port because you don't have any leverage when there's nothing to ship. But as soon as the rail is, sorted, then you might expect to see a bit of squabbling there. I think everybody's, you've seen this stuff in the package, the CRAA, which is a community rail advocacy alliance. That's something, as a reminder, we all do. As a region, as a council, we made a decision to support. It's an advocacy alliance of 20 plus municipalities, industries and community groups to deal with some rail issues that historically were around rail companies not providing spotting of cars, not providing timely spotting or reliable, or, they would say cars would be there Friday morning and they would show up Friday night, meaning, people were loading grain on Saturday and Sunday at overtime rates instead of all day Friday like they planned. So the Alliance has had, I think, had some effectiveness, and they've provided some draft letters and things that can be amended to language that suits us. And I don't think that I can't remember if I forwarded that around or not, but I can if we didn't get it. So
Believe
it's here
he
for
did
discussion.
circulate that letter.
Oh, it's in the agenda.
Yeah.
There you go. So really, I put it here to have a discussion to see, do we support generally a position that would say something, or something to the effect of, we'd like to encourage the minister to consider binding arbitration because of the catastrophic impacts the prolonged stoppage would have on the economy. As a reference point, the last thing I'll share is that it takes about a week. Sorry, for every week of stoppage, it takes at least a month to clean up the backlog, because there's just not that much surplus capacity in the system. The other thing that was shared with me was, rail companies will often say, oh, we've added X cars this year. They're always happy to brag about how many cars they're adding to their fleet. They will not tell you how many cars they've decommissioned. So whether the fleet is growing or not, we don't know. But I think, that's maybe more of a detail that's irrelevant. Really, for me, it's about saying this can hurt our region, our ag, our forestry, and the energy.
So I believe after all of that, the request was to send letters. Any discussion on the item? Counselor Holland.
Thanks very much for bringing this forward. It's an extremely important topic, and I appreciate your words that came along with it. I noticed on page 41, the letter that mentioned, we also have attached a template letter that can be tailored to your needs. Is that something that council and administration would like to entertain? Yes. I don't know if you've read the template letter or not. Yep. So, yeah, do we just need a motion to go forward? But again, you have further
Tailoring it, for me, it would be about stealing language out of it and making it more suited to our region. So yeah, for me, like I would, the outcome that I would ask, if has your support, is letters to the federal labor and transportation minister, and potentially something in the local paper to show, to demonstrate to the folks in this region that we're aware of this and that we're concerned, and that we're, again, we talk a lot about staying in our lane. There's not a lot we can do to influence this, but I mean, I think we can do a tiny bit, and raising awareness is one of them. And, agriculture and energy are obviously massive parts of our local economy. And let's not remember that who our single biggest ratepayer is. And I think it's important that we demonstrate our support for them. Sorry to follow.
Please.
and I appreciate, I agree with the paper, but I would also like to see a feature on our website as well as social media to continue that message in every avenue that we have available to us.
So Councilor Holland, are you looking to make a motion to direct Reeve Hall to send letters to raise awareness for the impacts that a rail stoppage could have on our region? And further to direct administration to add something to the county's communication channels?
Right, all channels available to us. Please,
On the subject? Okay.
thank you.
Ms. Blair, were you able to get that? Okay.
Do we have to recommend that to council to have brought back next week?
Administration? It would be recommendation council.
At the end of the day, Madam Chair, that's correct. Committee of the whole makes recommendations to council.
If I may,
So to recommend to county council to direct Reeve Hall?
I appreciate that particular because it is in the bylaw that's what we must do. Is there a way we can leave that bylaw, being that this is urgent as far as I'm concerned and needs to be done as soon as possible? Do we have agreements amongst council to I don't know if that's even possible to leave the bylaw and say, instead of waiting.
Because we don't have council's authority here.
I do that.
I don't know. The question that I would have more is it okay as an individual counselor or Reeve or whatever to send a letter without referencing the position of council? Because I can write it under my own name. You know, and you know, generally our council has this feeling. But the real question is just, it's coming from me, not, it's making sure that it's not, for me, not contravening the flavor of the group or the opinion.
Well,
It'll take that long.
letters will take some time to draft too. So by next week's council meeting, when council makes the position, maybe those letters are just ready to send immediately after that. Is that okay with you? Okay. Counselor Gerlich.
Yeah, I hope the letter would vary quite a bit from a template letter because I don't think the template letter really means anything. It's just a repeat of every,
Any further comments? Seeing none on the adoption of the motion to recommend to county council to direct Reeve Hall to send letters to raise awareness for the impacts that a rail stoppage would have for our region and further direct administration to advertise council's position on county communication channels.
Is it possible to make an amendment to that to send letters with the assistance of administration, like so there, because there are folks here who are communications experts, could provide a little bit of help?
Sure. Okay, call the question. All in favor? Motion passes 9-0. I think we will now take a 10-minute recess. Everybody can stretch their legs. We'll come back at 10:43. We're good. Okay. I'll call the meeting back to order at 10:43. The next item on our agenda is item 5.1, Council Code of Conduct and Procedural Bylaws. At the June 27th regular county council meeting, motion was made by Councillor Grilic to direct administration to add the Code of Conduct and Procedural Bylaws to the August Committee of the Whole meeting for review. I seem to remember councillors saying that we were going to review them in advance and kind of come with some suggestions prepared on some amendments we'd like to see. Anybody like to, let's start with the Code of Conduct bylaw and then move to the procedural bylaw. We'll kind of keep focused. Councillor Cromwell.
You know, I was looking at rewriting both of these bylaws numerous times at home. I think the appropriate thing would be to refer this to the August 29th county council meeting and recommend to direct administration to bring back a new code of conduct and procedural bylaw as soon as possible. That is a job that should be given to our CAO and not to the people in this room. The CAO has extensive experience, and let him come back and put together a proper document on both.
Reform.
So the August 29th council meeting is what I think I heard is, you know, the deadline for that is tomorrow. So I think that's completely undoable. Secondly, we just had the code of conduct prepared for us by a lawyer. So I would like to know what the movers of the motion to send it back to this meeting for discussion see is so wrong with the version that's here that they would like to see changed. Because to say that it's not a proper document, I mean, it came from our legal counsel. What do we need to change? What direction do we want to provide administration? I don't think it's fair to them to say, redo it and guess what we want.
Councillor Cromwell, follow up.
Well, I did not say to have the document done by the 29th. I said to bring it up to give them, to put it on the agenda to work on and get them to begin the process. And in lieu of the last few investigations, if it's been brought back that our code of conduct is weak, our code of conduct is garbage, our procedural bylaw is beyond garbage. And I think that trying to pick it apart line by line, this issue, that issue, is a complete waste of not only our time, but administration's time. I really don't care that a lawyer looked at and said it's good, because it is not. Not everything is created equal. The CAO has the experience, he has the background. Let them come up with a new document. If it takes him a month, if it takes him 3 months, let them work on a proper bit of documentation and get them both done proper. If we want to go word by word and pick out every issue in here, well, let's go ahead and do it. That is an utter waste of everybody's time. When we know the machine is broken, get it repaired.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you. I agree, Councillor Cromwell. I think we've been informed several times through different code of conducts and whatnot that it is a weak document. It's not sufficient for the use, and it's certainly not able to accommodate some of the needs that we have. So I agree that, you know, it may not be completely rewritten by next council meeting. However, it is definitely something that needs to have administrative oversee on this. It may have been seen by a lawyer. He didn't write it. Lawyers are just able to keep you out of trouble. They're not basically telling you that you're missing this, or you should add this, or this is weak, or this isn't. They're just making sure that it's legal. So yeah, I totally agree, Councillor Cromwell. I think that these documents are weak. They've been a hassle and a problem for some time now. So I would like to take that experience as well, that's at our administrative level, and provide that for us.
Previously, when we've directed administration to rewrite things or make fairly significant amendments to documents, we've given them a little bit of insight onto what we see as the issue or where we're trying to go with it, so that they can rewrite, so they can look at other examples and see what would meet our needs and our goals. Does anybody have any, even if it's not a specific recommendation, certain things that you think need to be added to the code of conduct or removed from the code of conduct to when administration is considering future amendments to this document? Counselor Holland.
I think the best bet there, because we don't have the documents in front of us and they were done in closed. There were recommendations from investigators with issues with regards to the code of conduct that I think should be reviewed by administration. But of course, we don't have those documents here, nor can we discuss them. But I think those are some overarching comments and I guess an avenue in which can be gone down to look at for those improvements, some of those improvements.
Any further comments on the code of conduct bylaw? Seeing none, how about the procedural bylaw? I think we've gone around and around this table quite a few times talking about what powers committee of the whole has, what powers it doesn't. Do we have some direction for administration if they're going to be making amendments, kind of what we want to be added in or where we want to provide that direction to? Counselor Holland.
I agree, the committee of the whole section in here definitely needs to be expanded and looked at, but in addition to that, I would also like to see that policy review as well as budget and finance policies be rescinded and in place in the procedural bylaw as well with committee of the whole.
Is there more of an appetite to have those two policies maybe rescinded and put more into, built into the code of procedural bylaw? Not seeing a lot of argument around the table. Counselor Cromwell, you were next.
Page 61 of your agenda, procedural bylaw, page number 6. I know this one's really, really minor, but every week when I read our procedural bylaw, the double C always gives me a little bit of a heart palpitation. For a document that we went over 24 times.
Oh,
9.1 A, B, and
A, B,
C.
and
A,
C.
C, and C.
Yep.
Yeah. Just shows you how much of attention we actually put in here. I think things are very weak in here. Like we've said, there's really
So what do you feel is weak? Like, where would you like to see more strength or more direction provided
give me a moment then.
in the procedural bylaw?
Thank you. I'd like to
Alice?
see, as mentioned in, if I may, sorry, Dr. Cromwell, but as mentioned in the administrative report, that we also have a look at putting the motions as we're making them up on the screen so that we're able to really look at them, see them and digest them. So section 13, I would like to see that added there,
I'd like to
please.
see that added in.
Yep.
Thank you. I had
Cromwell,
that
you
as-
were talking about
I
things
had that
being
as a
weak.
separate motion, but that is very nice. Yeah, give me a moment. I didn't have this written down. I had left some paperwork at home today.
Maybe we'll come back to you. Anybody else with comments about the procedural bylaw? Outside of needing some amendments made to the committee of the whole portion to clearly identify what the powers here are. And
Maybe we should, I think it would be appropriate to, because of the discussion that occurred at our strategic planning session, administration has identified some potential weaknesses with the procedural bylaw, and so perhaps it would be reasonable to ask them to provide a report on improvements they would recommend to the procedural bylaw. And then to come back to this board for further discussion. Along with, any other recommendations that come from council as a whole. because these are on here, I assumed that, you know, they would be a list of things people wanted to see changed, and I'm disappointed that we seem to have trouble articulating that. The one thing that I think is in here that's doesn't really align with the spirit of the bylaw is the portion on reconsideration of motions in any calendar year. The word calendar should probably be struck, and it should probably be in any year. But I can't remember where that is exactly, so. 13.8, there you go. So yeah. Because otherwise you make a motion in January and you can't reconsider it till the following January, but you make one in December and you can reconsider it 2 weeks later in January. I don't really think that reflects the spirit of what we're trying to do. It's a 12-month. It's a 12-month window.
Councillor Cromwell, have you found those?
No, but just what the Reeve was talking about. Also, the difference I think needs to be noted in our procedural bylaw, the difference between adopt and receive, as they are very different terms. Adopt means to accept. Receive means to bring it back at a later date. And then also the difference between tabling and postponing. Tabling and postponing, because that one is for later in the meeting, one is for a different meeting in its entirety. And if we are using correct terms, they need to be uniform across the board.
Well, because table and postpone are both used in the chart in item 13.10, that makes sense.
Yeah. Public hearings. I personally would like to see no more than one public hearing per day. We've been stacking sometimes two. I think one is sufficient and we can spread them out. Some of our public hearings have been going far longer and some are very short and simple, but my thought.
That was all?
Yeah.
Oh. Councillor Wallach.
I would disagree with the public hearings. Majority of what we do is within a half an hour. Even if it's 2 or 3 in a day. There's one that's been excessive, but I don't agree with that.
Councillor Mintz.
Isn't public hearings like, do they have to be done in a certain time? Or
Administration, would you be able to
when it comes up, boom, they gotta get it done, or?
speak to the public hearing scheduling and what our requirements are?
Well, the MG, like, you can have something sit at second reading or first reading for a while. My concern would be, for our residents, when there's, lot consolidations or, zone changing, typically people are waiting for those things to be accomplished so that they can move forward with development.
Thank you. Did you have any follow-up, Councillor Mintz?
No, it's just, that's understandable, like, I don't know if you can put that, in the procedural bylaw, that if it's only gonna be a 10-minute process, bring it on. If it's gonna be a 3-hour process, hold back. I don't know if that can be put in procedural bylaw, but exactly, if I was subdividing a chunk of land and I wanted to get this done, why are we holding it up?
Councillor Cromwell.
Sorry, just as I'm going through it, because that's how we're gonna have to do it here today. 9.3 on page 61 is meaning an RFD, that is for administration, where per procedural bylaw 9.4 is a notice of motion for council.
So you want it updated to provide more clarity
More
around,
clarity, because right now we're doing RFDs, we're doing notice of motion, we're doing some, we're doing not, we're flip-flopping, where our procedural bylaw tells you RFD is administration, notice of motion is council.
I think that's good direction, kind of give administration. Then they can provide their expertise on the actual details of how it may be worded. Counselor Holland, did you have your hand up next?
I agree with what was just brought forward. The other one that I would like to have a bit of a conversation about, as I'm finding it's very limiting. I notice especially like if, for example, if someone puts in an amendment, that's their top opportunity to speak. That's it, that's all. So 11.3, where it says no member shall speak more than once to the same motion without the leave of chair. We're supposed to be able to have a healthy debate in council. And again, I know I've just put out an amendment and then you're told that that's your only opportunity to speak, and I haven't even been able to speak on it. So I really think that that particular one, 11.3, we have a little bit of more latitude there to be able to have a conversation and a healthy debate. And 11.6 kind of adds to that because it mentions the chair shall at all times ensure that each member is allowed an equal opportunity to speak. Quite often when we have debate, something triggers another thought that really should be discussed or be able to be discussed. So I realize we do have a leave of this once in a while, but more of an opportunity to have a healthy debate would be great.
Counselor Kapitaniak.
I think that's a really good point, and having it stated that no person shall speak more than once without leave the chair really puts a lot of pressure on the chair too. It is a very difficult job, and so I would agree to even have it stated twice with leave of the chair. Then the chair can have a little bit more, I don't want to say relaxation, but also think and gather their thoughts while people are speaking, because I'm making an assumption, you guys do most of the chairing, but even with budget, that it's hard to formulate your own thoughts while you're listening and trying to keep track of who's all spoken. And if you have it actually said twice, you kind of almost get to sit back a moment and say, okay, I know you've spoken once, maybe twice, but I can still formulate something. And then you don't have someone being like, oh, that person spoke twice, and in our bylaw it says once, we could change it to twice. And even that would probably create a lot of flexibility for the chair. Just think my thoughts.
General support for that around the table. Okay. Any further comments, questions, concerns? CAO.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to speak to the particulars of what you were suggesting as refinements, amendments. What I did want to just highlight is later on in the agenda, there's discussion of Bill 20. And it's just, we can talk about it then. But Bill 20 suggests that we might have to do a bunch of amendments to some either or of these bylaws. So we might get through this and refine it. And then I guess we're waiting for the regulations to be published in January. That's why RMA is made some suggestions. That's why it has done some excellent suggestions as input to government for when they bring out the regulations. And so just so you know, we might end up doing this twice. So because they've introduced a bunch of new things, they've expanded pecuniary interest and replaced it with conflict. They've changed some of the public hearing provisions, which might affect our procedural bylaws. So just so you're aware, we might end up having to do it again in the new year.
So we may do it twice, or it may just be a longer process to make sure we include everything. Counselor Wallach.
Why don't we just wait? Like, we're in September already. 3 months is not gonna kill us with this. Why put double the work on administration?
Refall.
I mean, I think it might be, I'd be willing to make a motion to accept the code of conduct report for information and to direct administration to provide a report to committee of the whole on improvements they would recommend to the procedural bylaw and that addresses Bill 20.
Council Holland.
I would oppose accepting the code of conduct. We've been informed several times that it's not. Well, I guess not in those words, but it's really not worth the paper it's written on. It's not strong enough for what is required. So I would have to oppose that. And accepting it definitely is, no, that's a no for me. The procedural bylaw, yes, I can totally understand if in 3 months' time, if we're looking at redoing that to fit Bill 20. I can handle waiting 3 more months too.
Thank you, Councilor Min.
Through the chair to administration, is not RMA looking at the code of conduct thing also, or the provincial government looking at the code of conduct? Implementation, it's hoping they were maybe looking at taking it over.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
yeah, Bill 20 included some things that likely is going to impact everyone's code of conduct bylaws.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I just only highlighted the one had to do with the definition of pecuniary interest, and they want to expand it to include other conflict areas that maybe you might have concern with before, but now they want that to apply, that you should excuse yourself from something you might have a conflict in. Without specifying that that's going to affect your code of conduct bylaw, it's going to affect your code of conduct bylaw, right? So, like I said, RMA outlined everything in their suggestions back. There's nothing to, I can't find anything wrong with their recommendations. They've highlighted the concerns. They sent it out to all the members, us, to have a look at their suggestions. And they want to send that to government and ask them to think about that as they're rolling out the regulations. Because the regulations, they've approved Bill 20. The regulations are kind of where the rubber hits the road. And that's where some of the rules come out of. And they want to provide their input into those rules, and their work is excellent.
Yeah, I read some of that too, and I thought the same thing. And if we're gonna wait, we're gonna wait for the procedural bylaw to see what's going on with the changes, being that their RMA is changing it. Also with the code of conduct. Unless there's any real big, huge changes that we can see right now, I think maybe we should wait for it instead of doing double down on it and wishing we didn't change it or spend the time, right? So that's my thoughts there, is just hold off, and unless there's some big change that we want to see as a council, some big change that we want to see in our code of conduct. Hoping we can get rid of it, but whatever, send it back to the government.
I personally, I'm in favor of waiting to amend the code of conduct until we see what Bill 20 requirements are gonna be. To me, they would all kind of fit in together as part of an entire rewrite of that document, or a bigger rewrite of that document. But the procedural bylaw, I think we could ask admin to make some suggestions, because a lot of what we stated today talk about things that are around this table. So being able to talk more freely and go around the table twice, more clarity on our procedures for notice of motions or RFDs, more clarity around committee of the whole. I don't think those are items that Bill 20 is going to amend necessarily. I think those are more specific to Athabasca County, so I could support looking at the amendments to the procedural bylaw as we go versus waiting on that, but I do think the code of conduct stuff should wait and do that kind of all at once in a few months. Anyone else on the table? Reeve Hall's made a motion to accept the code of conduct report as information and direct administration to provide a report recommending amendments to the procedural bylaw for a future committee of the whole meeting. Are there any further amendments we'd like to see admin look at for the procedural bylaw at this time as well? I mean, if we're gonna give them our input, I'm sure they'll have some recommendations when they come back too, just from their reads through it, but If there are things that we identify, we would like them to look at the same time.
I would like to split the question, please.
I'd like to speak to it before we vote.
Anyone else? Sorry, Councilor Mins, I can't see if you're just sitting up to the table or if you're trying to jump in, so I'm trying not to cut you off. Reeve Hall?
So on the first part of the motion, just as a reminder, the second last investigation created some recommendations on the rewriting of the document to address things that the investigator thought were issues, and that was done after, multiple consultations with council and the county's legal firm. And that document was rewritten and passed in November of 2023. So we've heard that they're weak, but we've not had any actual comments on what those items are. Having read the last Code of Conduct Investigators report, I don't recall any recommendations around changes to the code. And I think it's time we learn to work within some of the documents we have instead of continuing to spend time and money chasing our tail on decisions we've made. We've got other more important work to do, and let's move on.
Any further comments, questions? Councillor Cromwell has asked to split the question. So on the adoption of the motion to accept the Code of Conduct report as information. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? That motion passes 5-3. Sorry. She was in favor.
Oh, you were. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. So 6-3.
6-3, sorry.
So-
Yeah,
Sorry.
my apologies. On the adoption of the motion to direct administration to provide a report recommending amendments to the procedural bylaw for a future committee of the whole meeting. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? That motion passes 8-1. Thank you. Moving on to item 5.2. Sorry. Which is policy 2009 on page 68 of your agenda package. Counselor Holland moved to direct administration to draft a new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy incorporating recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review to be reviewed in the upcoming committee of the whole or council meeting. Counselor Holland, would you like the floor first on this one?
Sure, I'll just mention a few things that I wrote down. I'm still, of course, in favor of the recommendation 1A plus mileage. And I appreciate the amendments that have already been made to the policy to accommodate that. 72, page 72, 5E. This is with regards to responsibilities, elected officials shall submit their expense claims to council corporate signing authorities for, and it's crossed out authorization, instead it says acknowledgement. If the council corporate signing authority is not comfortable with authorizing those particular expense claims, is it really necessary to send them forward for acknowledgement, period, if they're not being authorized? I find that to be a little bit bizarre. Before, I think when we began, it was your expense claims were signed off by a fellow counselor. And just to say that, yeah, we looked at it, it's okay. So I struggle with this. It's either corporate signing authorities are either authorizing it, period, or we go back to the way it was where somebody else just acknowledged it. So I struggle with that one as well. And I think, what else did I write down here? Oh, yes, page 76, travel. We mentioned a travel per diem at rate identified in Schedule A, which is great. And then it crosses out the council members appointed as liaison to a board and or committee do not qualify for mileage when attending a meeting. I think that's awesome that that's scratched out, because I'm very much in favor of, if a liaison, regardless if they're liaison or not, that if they are attending these meetings for whatever reason, they should be paid mileage accordingly. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think the liaison designation really worked for what we were thinking it may. So I would like to see that removed from the committee listing as well. Any designation for liaison in there. And I think oh, with regards to page 77, conferences and conventions, no elected official should exceed individual conference and convention budgets without prior approval. And as well, we're supposed to be keeping track of our own expenses and our own budgets, but I'm not thinking that that's actually in full. All of the areas that we're supposed to be keeping track of is being captured in the GL. So that's something I'd like to review and see what we have to match up with regards, because when we do say, okay, hey, where am I at in my budget, just to double check, I've got different figures. So yeah, just because of the expansion and what we're supposed to be tracking there. So I'm not sure if we still want to track all of that stuff or if we're leaving that up to administration as well. And I think remuneration review, page 78, letter I and 3, council shall request third-party review. The very last sentence, any resulting recommendations, if approved by council, would be effective as of the beginning of the subsequent council term. I believe that if we're making extensive changes to the remuneration, that they should become effective immediately. So I would like to see that removed. And I'd also like to, if we're claiming mileage for what we're doing, I would like to see the extra travel expenses for Reeve and Deputy Reeve removed, as because those are considered $200 and $150 per month. It's mentioned in this policy as well as a per diem. So I'd like to see that going. And I think that's pretty much, other than the training, page 81. Still some question marks as to with regards to who organizes the mandatory training. Is that something that we do on our own, or is that administratively organized? As well as, you know, finance fundamentals, what does that mean? So, you know, the government's governance workshop, I see True Colors was changed to parliamentarian training, which is great. But again, leadership development, enterprise risk management, those types of things would like a little bit more definition as to what those courses are and who is organizing them. And regards to page 82, of course, the expense claim would need to be updated. I think that's where I'm at.
I believe the expense claim is being removed. That's scheduled. Counselor Cromwell and then Counselor Captain. He's had his hand up for the majority of this time.
Hey, I'm gonna split my comment. I'm gonna say one thing and give it to my friend to my left, and then I'll take my turn back. There you go.
Cheryl left.
The only one thing that my friend across the table said that I would completely disagree with is removing the additional fuel for the Reeve and Deputy Reeve with the extra duties that they have assigned. I would not be in favor of removing that $150 and $200 portion. And then I will let Councilor Capitanic talk and I'll put my hand back up.
Well, I've said everything I have to say on this, and as somebody who is open to persuasion, I've thought a lot about it. The comment that seems to come out a lot when we've debated this over the last 6 months is we knew what we were getting into. And I would like to see all mileage outside of the county or inside of the county removed. When we started this job, there was no mileage within the county. There was only mileage if we went outside of the county. And I think if we knew what we were getting into, we should go back to our original pay and original mileage. And that way you can stand behind what you say. You don't want to be spending taxpayers' money. We knew what we were getting into. I think we all took this job at that rate and we can finish this job at that rate. And I'm happy to do so.
Counselor Holland.
Thank you, and I appreciate your words, but I will just mention the reason that we were removing the mileage from our salary is because it shouldn't be taxed. So that's just where I'm at with that, is just to keep the mileage for what we do. But that's where I'm at. But
We knew we were getting taxed on it.
yes, and I brought it forward that first week.
Counselor Wallach.
My only issue is with the, well, not my only issue, but the mandatory training in your first year, like that's a lot. Like, I don't, like, we all know what it was like the first year. This is a lot of training to do. So I would like to see like at least half of that removed out of the mandatory training. We continually take training at RMA. it takes a long time to get all this training and a lot of days off work. And so I don't think it's fair for new incoming officials to have to, you know, have another 10 to 15 days off work that they need to do training that is already an overwhelming position.
And I believe Bill 20 also amends some of the mandatory training required of elected officials as well. So that may have to be amended as part of that Bill 20 discussion as well. Counselor Mins and then Reeve Hall.
Getting to the mandatory training, I feel the same way. I think mandatory training, Athabasca County Council orientation program, that's mandatory, and you have to do that. You have to do that, and administration takes that time to get that done. But the rest of the stuff, like, you can do it over a certain amount of time. And I don't think it needs to be done in the first year, and it's good if you can, but if you can't, and being as mandatory, what's gonna happen if you don't? Like, what are you gonna do? So, not that I want to put something in there that you can do, but it's like, as soon as you say mandatory, it's a demand. I hate the word. Like, I guess I shouldn't say I hate the word. It shouldn't be used here. It should be used in some other area, but suggested training, recommended training, but when you say mandatory, it's like, oh my Lord. No, I disagree with the wording, or take everything out and just leave the Athabasca County Council orientation program. That is mandatory. You can't get away from that. And if you don't take it, yeah, I don't think you could be a counselor. So, and it's up to administration to make sure that every council member takes that training. So, and it's same as the, there's another one in there, the, for disasters, that training. You have to take that. That's mandatory. Put that under there. Take the rest of the stuff and say, hey, maybe you should look at taking this. That's my point of view.
Thank you.
Thank
Reeve Hall.
So I just want to address a couple of things, but one of the comments we've heard is that we used to sign off expenses by fellow councillors. That I think was actually never the case. There may have been some misunderstandings in the beginning, but administration very quickly corrected the meaning of those policies. And if we've talked a little bit about taking mileage out and was mileage in and taxed. And I think there's a view that, the original honorarium that came to councillors comprised two sections, one of which was kind of the wages and one of which was mileage. I think it's also fair to say that maybe there was just all honorarium and there was no mileage. And on that basis, if it's all honorarium, no mileage, then there's no worry about taxing mileage, because quite simply, there wasn't any to start with. And I do think we want to be cautious around skill building, because training is about building skills and about doing a better job in our roles. And I agree that creating some loosening of the timings may make sense, but I think it would benefit all councils, ours, future ones, to say we want some basic level of training around financial statements and around governance, and those types of things may be incorporated in the orientation. But it will, in my view, help councils to perform better, because if you start off with a better understanding of what's your lane, I think the results should be better. In preparation for this discussion, I read that report from Improve Consulting and have thought about the path to kind of getting us to the spot where we're at today. And the way I think about a lot of things is really, what problem are we trying to solve? And, for us, we've heard at previous meetings, this is a difficult topic. Is it something that we can find a way to compromise on collectively? Is there somehow that we could, solve the problem we're trying to solve, and also determine if we're capable of compromising to solve that problem? So for me, I think I look at this and think there's two distinct propositions. One is around the total amount of compensation paid across the board to council, and the other is around the structure. And so from our collective discussions, it seems to me very clear that there's no doubt the majority of council would agree that the advice we received on the aggregate amount of compensation was flawed and certainly is not supported by the review that we've recently received. So I think we need to address that amount. And in the report on total compensation, the overall difference between the two options is essentially zero. I think it's less than $100. So if we agree that the amount should be changed, that's kind of the first step we need to talk about, in my opinion. And I think we also have good data to support a change. And I'm absolutely prepared to support a correction to the total amount to bring the county in line with the targets we set for employees, if we want to be at what percentile relative to our comparison set, and keeping that in the same range of what we set for employees. And I think in the way that the amounts that we have been presented with work out, we're slightly below the target we set for employees, which I think is also is certainly better than being slightly above. The second proposition is around that structure of compensation. And I think, before we really get dug into some positional bargaining, we should look at what are we trying to do with compensation generally? What's the purpose of the compensation system? And, are we trying to build something just for us? Are we trying to build something for the future? And I would submit to you that we should not just rebuild what we inherited. If every council took that view, we would probably, well, number one, there'd be no change, there'd be no improvements. We may still get paid with chickens, I'm not sure. And so I would, ask if we could all kind of set aside some of that and consider what's actually equitable and what would support attracting the diverse group of people of future councillors that we'd like to see at the table. Because I'm personally convinced if we hadn't got the amount wrong, we would not be having this discussion today. And in our many discussions, there was broad support across the table for a base plus per diem system. The fact is, some people at the table have more ability to attend more things and be more flexible than others, and in terms of what they contribute. And it will be the case in the future where some people are fairly heavily committed in their personal lives and others have more flexibility, whether it's through retirement or their own personal circumstances that allows them to contribute at a greater level. So the question for me is, do we want to set up a system that results in fair wages for fair work, or one that has that potential to create inequity relative to workload? If there were perfect balance in committee appointments and including the number of meetings, there would also be that perfect balance in individual compensation. And however, it is the reality that some people are actually able to carry a greater number of appointments than others. And for that, I'm grateful. I can't go to a lot of things personally that others can do, and I'm glad they're in a place to do that. And, as an example, we know there's some conferences that I think we all see value in some county representatives being present at. But I'll tell you, me personally, my circumstances are that I can't travel to all of those things, and I'm grateful that others are able to structure their work and family lives to permit them to go on our behalf. And I really believe they should be compensated for that time. It's the right thing to do for them. We shouldn't be asking them to take additional time off when to do that for nothing. And the improved consulting report is really clear that the base plus per diem is favored by a strong majority of the comparison set. It ensures councillors are paid based on their workload. And while that simpler system of honorarium only doesn't account for varying workloads and effort and engagement among council. So we did identify there's a problem with the total compensation, but I've not really heard that there's a problem with the structure that was unanimously approved less than a year ago. And I'm hopeful we can find a way to compromise on fixing what we can all admit may need to be some refining and leave what we agreed was appropriate alone, especially when the data shows no difference in the overall cost. We've heard this, everyone knew what the system was when we started, and we should stick with that. But I think we also didn't necessarily know about the considerable time and effort, and also because we've invested in the review and have done the work to update the structure. I think, why would we rebuild something that we found wasn't working? And from, the idea of the suggestion we should just leave the original structure. I have in my own thinking found it curious that we haven't really talked about mileage until today. We've wanted to kind of go back to a original structure, but keep a part that we liked. So it seems in that, to me, there's an admission, there's a bit of a flaw in the system that we inherited. I don't think it serves the county or our ratepayers to remain static on the issue. We've opened the can, and it's we need to address it. And so had this discussion never opened up in 2023, I think we almost certainly would not be talking about this now. But because we've opened it, I think we need to build what's right for the future, not rebuild what didn't work. And because we've begun the process, one of the gifts we can leave the future councils is really to leave them a future focused structure. And if there's a general desire that everyone should be equal, we can accomplish that at the organizational meeting through how we assign committees. The base plus per diem can get us there, but also avoid the circumstance where we create the inequity when there's differing workloads, and it can address situations where, committee appointments are rejected. And then, and people can do that based on their own circumstances without any guilt or any feeling that they're not carrying their load. Because I think what's important is we find the way that everybody's able to contribute to their highest and best purpose, and we should, be careful of that. So I've not heard a good reason to reject the system used by the majority of the comparison set, and I'm hopeful that we can solve the problem we need to solve, fix the overall amount of the compensation, because that is something that's very clear, and then leave well enough alone. Like that's the compromise that we've heard from suggested, or so we've heard that we should compromise, and I'm hoping that's a compromise we can look to.
Oh, I'm wishing I would have went before him. Counselor, okay. I tried to read through this the best I could when reviewing it. I find it a little bit hard to read with all the crossed out part. I kind of wish we would have had the crossed out part and a clean version as well to review. I had noted some minor details like the definition for Canada Revenue Agency, and then starts calling it CRA. And then right below it, Chief Administrative Officer or CAO. Where they've included both in the title. County business conducted by council in keeping with the provisions of MGA. It'd be council or members of council, I guess, if you're doing county business and you're claiming expenses as an individual. It's not really council claiming those expenses. I do have concerns with item 6.4G on page 78 being completely removed. In the event that an elected official receives any remuneration from an external board, committee, or commission for that elected official's duty authorized attendance on behalf of the county at a meeting of the said board, commissions, or committee, the funds should be redirected to Athabasca County. I think that was in our original and something that we should keep in any future policies. The county shall not reimburse elected officials otherwise for directly or indirectly pay for any political contributions. Another thing that I think should be kept in the policy. And then the mileage, travel, and accommodations to such events are excluded. I think that's another thing that needs to remain in the policy and shouldn't be removed. I also noted some concern with the word mandatory for training. I think it should be recommended, but that nobody should feel that they have to, mandatory complete that list of training in the first year. I just can't even imagine if somebody had expected us to do all of those in the first year. And I believe that defensive driving maybe should be added to that list, as there's a procedural change coming that we're not going to be permitted to drive any county vehicles without having the defensive driving. So it should be something that the county is willing to pay for if we need it. So it should be included in that list so that it's one of those courses that the county will pay for if we need it. We got an email for that. Defensive driving. You can do it online.
Okay, I think Elvis standing in the car.
Come do it with TCO, the Egg Society.
At the end of the day, we reviewed this policy and the amendments that we made for over 6 months. And I don't believe that we should be making substantial changes within the year. And I would advocate for the clause that says any resulting recommendations, if approved by council, be effective as of the beginning of the subsequent council term, be maintained. I think that gives clarity to future counselors and future people considering. And then they don't end up in the position that we ended up in, where I feel like we knew what we were coming into, but we didn't truly understand the workload. And if things were clearly outlined beforehand, I think that a lot of us would feel a little differently about the changes we're trying to make now. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. I agree. We've been talking about this way too long. I think that it was determined and in my personal opinion, this council is being grossly overpaid. We are a part-time council, so I'm prepared to put the motion forward to recommend to council, actually to recommend to direct administration to take today's recommendations to the remuneration and expense policy, and that we incorporate recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review for approval at the next council meeting.
So, sorry, could you say that a little bit slower?
That was off the top.
I
of
was
my head,
trying to
so-
be able to read it.
Yeah,
So
that was just off the top of my head, but basically, to direct administration to, draft the new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy, incorporating, the recommendations as discussed today, and include the 1A recommendation from the investigator to compensate plus mileage from, honorarium plus mileage. And that it take effect, I guess, September 1st. Well, enough's enough. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we've been grossly overpaid. We've been informed that we're way out of whack with regards to the salaries that have been paid. And we owe it to our taxpayers to get it back in line.
Councillor Trepetaniak.
I do feel that this is being steamrolled and being written by one counselor in particular, and that to me this is not conversation. It is like a parent telling us what's going to happen. So I'm going to tell you, I will make an amendment that is honorarium with no mileage. If you can stand here and say we're being overpaid and that we should have known what we were getting into, every single one of you has said that, then you own it and you say no mileage. You can zoom in. We have technology. You do not have to be on any committees that if you can't afford to drive to them. That's nobody's problem. Just come, do your work, do it on Zoom, do it whatever, but do it for the price that you were offered when you took this job and own it.
Any further cons?
Is that a
Wow.
friendly amendment or?
Councilman?
Because I think they have to be friendly, don't they?
Is that a formal amendment? That without, but to remove the mileage?
September 1st, absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Wallach.
I would not like to see this come back for our council meeting next month or next week. That's a lot of work for administration to put forward. If we want to pass this by September 1st, I think this is rushed. We don't have time to look at it again. Like we did the last time, we brought it back how many meetings? It's also quite disrespectful to assume people have the finances in place. to change their budget within a week. So I think around the table, we have to be considerate of our fellow counselors that not everybody's in the same financial position as everybody else. So it does affect people in a big way, and to pass it in less than 10 days is pretty aggressive.
Reeve Hall?
I'd like to propose a second amendment to that main motion to make the effective date after the org meeting. I would like to say that I think, you know, if we can, if we choose to make changes to the amount, which I think at some level there is majority support for, you know, the decent, respectful, courteous thing to do is to provide a reasonable notice period from approval to implementation, as we did when moving to the current system. You would never go to an employee and make a change to their income. And for some people, this may be their only income. For others, it may be only a portion of their income. If it impacts one single person adversely, I think we're big enough, robust enough to have the courtesy to create a little bit of time so that once the decision is made, they can make adjustments, because until there's a decision, there's no decision. And to say we should all be making, you know, everyone should just make adjustments, assuming what the decision might be, I think is not a great plan, because one of the things I've learned is it's really difficult to predict the decisions of council. So I'm in favor of that amendment. I'm in favor of the second amendment to speak to it. I'm opposed to the main motion because I've still not heard a compelling reason to move from the base plus per diem back to a flat rate. And I think, you know, should that be defeated, I think there's a simple and clear alternative that we could address fairly quickly by moving amendments to Schedule A that would change the rates down to the new lower amount. And we can, you know, put this behind us and start focusing on the priority work that we're at this table to do.
Counselor Gerlich?
Now, I would support the timing because that was historically when remuneration was discussed, was at the board meeting. So that would be the appropriate time, I would think.
So we have the original motion on the floor, which is to recommend to county council to direct administration to draft a new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy incorporating the amendments discussed, and recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review to be reviewed at the next council meeting effective September 1st, 2024. An amendment by Councillor Kaptaniak that the newly amended policy remove mileage compensation within the county. Okay. Thank you. And an amendment from Reeve Hall to amend the recommendation that the effective date be as of the organizational meeting.
I actually said after the org meeting, so I would say November 1 would be the appropriate to make it easy on admin. And then you're calculating partial months and all that stuff.
Any further discussion on the original motion or the amendments before we start calling?
Thank you. We're not employees, and we're not classed as employees. We're not treated as employees. This position was to serve our community. It wasn't to create a wage to live on. And this isn't a living wage position. It's a part-time position. We're here to serve. We're here to make sure that we're fiscally responsible doing it. And we're here to make sure that it's within what the other municipalities of comparable, which we had that presented to us. So I guess if people are using this job as a living wage, it's probably not a good idea to plan on something like that, as this is seriously something that we're here to serve. And and we're lucky. We're absolutely lucky to be compensated. So, yeah, I struggle with some of the comments that were made, for sure.
Counselor Capitania.
I don't believe any of us were elected to sit here to judge each other and each other's situations. We were elected because our districts chose us as the best representative for their community. And I believe that, and have believed from the beginning, that a council should always be working on a remuneration policy for the future council. And I think our mistake was that we should have been doing this for the next council term, not the next year. But in saying that, I will reiterate one more time, with the technology that we have, other councils didn't have access to. There's no reason we should need any in-county mileage, because at any time we can Zoom into these meetings from wherever we live and or wherever we are, even if we're at our jobs that pay our actual bills. I know that's kind of catty, but it's true. And I'm happy to Zoom in all the time, no problem.
Counselor Cromwell.
Just a point of information as a reminder, you are only permitted to Zoom 6 times per year in the procedural bylaw.
It's that, yeah, well, I'll Zoom 6 times per year and save all that money for my taxpayers.
That is something I would like to see removed from the procedural bylaw.
Well, that is something to note when the procedural bylaw is being discussed. Right? Okay. Any further comments? On the adoption of the amendment, that the recommendation be the recommended effective date be as of November 1st, which is after the organizational meeting. All in favor? Post 8 and 1. Thank you. That amendment is carried. The amendment that the motion. Hold on. On the amendment that the new policy remove compensation for mileage within the county boundaries. Call a question. All in favor? Opposed? It's 4 and 5. That amendment is defeated. And the adoption of the original motion as amended to recommend to county council to direct administration to draft a new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy incorporating the amendments discussed and recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review to be reviewed at the next council meeting and made effective as of November 1st after the organizational meeting. Discussion on that item before we call the question, Councilor Mintz?
What's the changes? Can we go through the changes again? So, or does administration know what the changes are?
We could review it on the recording,
Okay.
and I would hate to, pardon me, sorry, and it is definitely not one-sided. I was asked for my opinion, so I provided it, and if that's accepted, but it's not one-sided.
And that answers your question.
So does admin know what the changes are?
Those get mileage.
Administration,
and
CAO.
Madam Chair, I think we have a good sense, but are we going to nail it? I'm not sure. I would recommend we redraft and bring it back as a draft again, since we have until, if the motion has been changed to November 1st, maybe it needs to come back as a draft once more. So that, to see if we're on the right track incorporating what you would like. And even one thing that I'll just point out, the mandatory training is going to be replaced by Bill 20 mandatory training. So we might even just put a notation in there as directed by the MGA or something to that effect. Because if they're writing the rules, then why do we have to repeat it? So just thought I'd throw that out there, and we might just write that in as directed by MGA.
answers
Thank
your
you.
question?
You,
Reeve Hall?
I'd personally like to see like a final version before we send this to council for approval. I just don't understand the, why we can't take the time to make sure we're doing it right. Like this is the second time we're dealing with the same piece of policy in a year. I think that on its own should demonstrate that rushing doesn't get things, doesn't help us out. And so because of the way the motion's worded, to me, it's a reject until we can see this again.
Counselor Cromwell, you're reaching for your microphone.
Thank you. As we've been going around the room, I can actually completely agree with having to look at it. We've had things that were changed twice by different people on different sides of the room, which is the finale that we're going with. I don't even know on all the points where we're at. And it's great to be able to say, go back to the recording, which is very handy. And I do that for almost all of our meetings. However, we are voting on something that seems like it's pretty confident is going to be going through. We have a date of November 1. Just we are out of amendments right now. So how can I do not want this to fail, but I want the main motion to allow us to bring this back for one more look to make sure we've actually written it out correctly, made the changes with Bill 20 that we're going to be talking about later on in this meeting yet. So, maybe with that in mind, I'm going to move to table this until after our conversation on Bill 20.
May
I just want to point out that the motion that I've read is to recommend to council to direct administration to draft.
This is true. So we'll get a draft.
At council, when it comes up next week, we could amend the recommended motion to send it back to committee of the whole before coming back to council.
Would it, through the chair though, to the CEO, while I have my mic on, would it be appropriate to put a pin in this until after our next conversation before we go any further?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure I should be the arbiter of that.
No,
As it's Councillor Holland's motion.
6.2 is discussion on Bill 20. Is there anything in there that would make a difference in here
Yes.
that we're going to be talking about? Therefore, would it be appropriate for me to make the motion to table this until after 6.2 to finish?
Councillor Holland and then Councillor Wallach.
I know you mentioned we were out of amendments, but is there not possible to make a friendly amendment on that motion? It's too late for that because I like what you're saying to take it back to committee of the.
Councillor Wallach.
We can defeat this motion and make another motion to bring it back to Cal. Right?
Yes.
So let's defeat this, bring it back to Cal with another motion.
See a clean copy.
That's what you guys are looking for, to bring it back, right?
Does that suit Councillor Cromwell? Rather than just tabling it until after the next item and coming back really wouldn't. Yes.
I reckon.
Councillor Holland, I will give you final say as this was your motion.
I think it's going to end up getting defeated, so we'll just
Okay.
follow it up with the next one.
On the adoption of the motion to recommend to county council to direct administration to draft a new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy incorporating the amendments discussed and recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review to be reviewed at the next county council meeting with an effective implementation date as of November 1st after the organizational meeting. Ooh, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That motion fails 2-7. Is there a motion
Yes.
forthcoming? Reeve Hall.
I would make a motion to recommend to county council to direct administration to amend the counselor compensation policy 2009 to reflect the rates.
Yeah.
The following, to amend Schedule A of that to reflect the following rates effective December 1st. Reeve, 61,000, deputy Reeve, 56, counselors, 50, with per diem rates of 8 hours or more at 315, 4 to 8 at 210, and 0 to 4 at 105.
Do you have that written down? Motion by Reeve Hall to recommend to county council amend the rates listed in Schedule A of policy 2009 to reflect the rates the following rates effective December 1st, 2024. Reeve, 61,000, deputy Reeve, 56,000, counselors, 50,000, with per diem rates of 8 hours or more, 315, 4 to 8 hours, 210, 0 to 4 hours, 105. So procedurally, we can recommend this to county council, and if county council adopts that motion, that amendment would be made immediately to the policy, which would take effect December 1st. So this would not be coming back to committee of the whole for further review at this time. Correct? Everybody's on the same page? Oh, on the adoption of the motion to recommend to county council to amend the rates listed in Schedule A of policy 2009. Oh, is there any comments, questions on this one? There we go.
Well, I have huge issues with that, and our per diems have not been ever used properly or fairly in this organization. But I also would just like to point on the record that I find this as an act of bad faith, as you knew that there was a counselor waiting to put up a motion and that you snuck it in from whispering on your ear, and I take offense to that, and I call out as non-proper conduct.
Further comments? Counselor Wallach.
I like this. As we all know, we don't sit on equal amount of committees. So to make it fair for everybody, I think this is a great way. It's not equal. That's not what I don't think is fair. Not everybody does equal work. There's a lot of counselors that sit on different committees that are more intensive or meet more often. This makes it fair for everybody. They're compensated for their time. So we all do the same work around these tables. When we go out into our committees, you get compensated for your time there. So I think this makes it fair. It's not equal, but it's fair.
Counselor Holland.
Thanks. Yes, and thank you for what you said. I also took offense to that as well. And with regards to fairness, that hasn't happened around this table in a very long time, or if ever for that matter. And the fact of when you say some people work harder than others or more than others, that's really difficult to say when a lot of people aren't sitting on those committees that they're working on. And in addition, it would also be prudent to say that per diems have been used as how should we say, threats, as punishments, as intimidation. So I am totally against per diems, complete and total. So no, disappointed with that particular function.
Counselor Kapitaniak.
Can you please provide examples? Through the chair?
Not at this time.
Through the chair, then I'd like to, I don't have that scratched from the record because that is an accusation that has no founding to this council.
That would be covered by enclosed, therefore it is relevant.
I don't think it's in the official minutes, so there's nothing to really scratch from the record. This isn't court. We don't have transcripts. We have minutes. Counselor Mans.
Yeah, I've pretty well had enough of this. Because we're never gonna see eye to eye on all this stuff. It's as soon as you start as soon as you start talking about remuneration with anybody, even employees, doesn't matter where, it brings up real contentious issues, and this is where it just gets so tiresome. I worked with Athabasca County for 31 years, 26 of them, 27 of them years was on salary. I made so much a month. And I knew that, and that's the easiest way. And if I didn't like it, I could have left, could have walked out the door. It just makes more sense, just make everything flat rate and salary based, and let's move on here, because all this is doing is causing a rift between council that we do not need. And that there is one counselor that in our midst right now that has actually been paid both ways, with premiums and honorarium, and through the chair to Councillor Gerlach. Which do you think is, or do you even want to answer that question? Which do you think is better, premiums or honorarium? You worked with both.
Well, previously when we dealt with per diems, there was a per diem for everything, for the regular council meetings and whatever meeting, and you had a per diem for the committee meetings. There was no honorarium. You had a per diem and mileage for all meetings that you attended. Plus, at that time, you got mileage for mileage when you were looking at things within your area, which got abused, and that's why it was removed. But compensation was always discussed at the org meeting in the fall. Things were never changed until that org meeting, and there was always an attempt to make sure that the workload was distributed evenly. Everybody would sit on so many committees so that the workload was kind of even steaming. And that's not the case with us, and that's why I don't think the per diem works for extra meetings. I think we should try and make sure that we even out the workload. I don't recall anybody turning down a nomination for any committee. Just some people just didn't get any nominations for committees. And that makes the per diem basis really unfair.
Councillor Mins, do you have follow-up?
Yeah, no, that's good information, because yes, they're the old council in the many years until they changed it to the honorarium was paid for every meeting they went to. And so I just go back to, we need to stop this. We need to just go to a salary-based compensation and be done with it, because I'm telling you right now, if I got timesheets in and there's nobody around this table that can dispute this, if I got timesheets in the way that these timesheets have been coming in from councillors, I wouldn't have signed any of them, because they're so far over the map. No one's doing anything that the actual policy actually says. And it's like,
Can you clarify that, please?
well, we're supposed to be doing, we're supposed to be taking pre-diems, and when we go here, and we're supposed to be taking pre-diems when we go there. There's some counselors aren't taking any, some counselors are taking all of them, and some counselors are taking halfway between. It's your choice, but it's like, let's set something up by an honorarium, and then when you get a paycheck, then it's base salary. This is ridiculous. And all this is doing is causing such a huge rift in this council that is unbelievable. Base salary, what we started with, if you want to throw the mileage in, whatever. I voted for your amendment. I voted for your amendment motion. I don't care. Let's get back to a base salary and be done with it. I'm done with this bickering back and forth, because this is the bickering that I'm talking about right now.
Can we not point
Councillor,
across the table?
No, I can't, because it's little one-liners that come out all the time. And that's another rift that we got going on in here. You want to bring out rifts? Let's bring it out. This is ridiculous. Let's make this undermined motions and all this other stuff is driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts. I didn't run to do this. I ran here to and betterment the county. Keep programs going the way they should be a voice for my constituents and stuff like this. And here we are, we're fighting over money. It's ridiculous.
Counselor Chamzik. Can you use your microphone?
Oh. Are we ready to vote on that motion?
There's no further comments? Reeve Hall?
If I can make the final word before the vote, I think, you know what, the comment about non-proper conduct is a really sad personal attack that we should be above. There is no harm in testing the appetite of council on an alternative motion. A strong majority of the test municipalities use one system. We are voting on an item initially that was on the table only because it was the first one proposed. Both models have validity. The flat rate system has some weaknesses. The per diem system has some weaknesses. We have to decide which one we'd like to move toward. The simplest for me is the simplest solution to solving the problem we're really trying to solve, which was that the amount of our pay was out of line, is to amend Schedule A and move on. We unanimously approved a system that include per diems. We should be building something for the future. And I agree, the divisiveness is really, really difficult and disappointing, and I hope we can find a path forward.
Okay, I'm gonna call a question. And the adoption of the motion by Reeve Hall to recommend to County Council to amend the rates listed in Schedule A of Policy 2009 to reflect the following rates effective December 1st, 2024. Reeve 61,000, Deputy Reeve 56,000, Councilors 50,000, with per diem rates of 8 hours or more, 315, 4 to 8 hours, 210, 0 to 4 hours, 105. Reeve Hall has requested a recorded vote. Ms. Blair? Okay. All in favor? So it's Wallach, Anderson, Hall, and Kapitaniak. Opposed? Mins, Holland, Chamzik, Cromwell, and Gerlich. Counselor Holland, do you have a
Thank
follow-up
you.
motion?
Yes, that motion, the original motion was if I meant.
Counselor Cromwell.
To recommend to County Council to direct administration to draft a new remuneration policy based on Schedule A effective November 1st, 2024, with the changes of Schedule C mandatory to recommended, remove the term liaison from committees, and keep Section G points 2, 4, and 5 as were discussed.
Counselor Cromwell, I haven't actually called on you yet.
But you said my name.
No.
You did.
I think so. I was still looking at Counselor Holland waiting here.
I heard my name.
You just do this.
Sorry, I heard my name. My apology.
Sorry. Counselor Holland, I was looking at you.
You know, I guess the whole point of defeating the original motion was to change it from council to committee of the whole. That's still where I'm at. So I'm not sure where all the wording came from over here.
I'm looking to make your original motion, but with committee of the whole.
Right.
So on the adoption of the motion to recommend to county council to direct administration to draft a new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy, incorporating the amendments discussed and recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review to be reviewed at the next committee of the whole meeting. I don't think we need the effective dates in it because we're going to review it again. Does that meet your intention?
Sure.
Like recorded vote on that one too? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Can you repeat that motion one more time?
Okay. I'll repeat it slowly. Moved by Counselor Holland to recommend to County Council to direct administration to draft a new elected officials remuneration and expenses policy, incorporating the amendments discussed and recommendation 1A plus mileage from the compensation review to be reviewed at the next committee of the whole meeting. Everybody's clear? Is there any comments? We're gonna call the question. All in favor? Opposed? All members were in favor, Ms. Blair. Yes. Okay, that motion is carried. Can we please recess for lunch for 25 minutes? 22, we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 5.3, the schedule of fees bylaw, which is found on page 83 of your agenda package. We reviewed this at the last committee of the whole meeting, I believe, and asked for it to be brought back with some changes and removal of the fines included. Councillor Cromwell, you wanted to start the discussion?
I was gonna make the recommended motion, but if we want to do a discussion first, I'll wait.
You can make the motion, that's fine.
So
Any-
moved.
Discussion on the draft bylaw that was included in our agenda package.
Well done.
I found it much easier to read this time. Councilor Mintz?
So this will get rid of some of the overarching policies that we have and stuff like that, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, it will remove the monetary component to certain policies
Oh,
and
okay.
bylaws.
Yeah.
Those would then be amended upon third reading to read as per the schedule of fees bylaw.
Oh, okay. And then it'd be easier to find.
Yes, because if they're reading the policy or the bylaw, it would then direct them to this document.
Perfect. Okay, great job. Thank you.
Recall?
Through administration or through the, I mean, to administration, I'm wondering, can you provide advice on when might be the right time to have a conversation around? Should we be making some improvements to some things we do for residents, specifically things like the season pass to our campsites and boat launches? And the idea of having differential rates on, you know, the rates in here that I see for residents and non-residents on campsites are relatively low and appear to be out of market. What's the right time to have that conversation about? Do we give our, you know, our residents a deal? And have that discussion on who are these sites for? Do we want to encourage people who live here to use our, you know, lakes and the things we pay for? And because I have a bias to seeing, you know, the Athabasca County resident / ratepayers see a better deal than guys from Edmonton coming up to camp on our campsites. Even the tourism dollars I know are valuable, but
Madam Chair, the question is the best timing to do that? Probably when it's -30 out. That's what I would suggest. No one's gonna compare, here. I'm kidding, of course. You can raise it anytime. I mean, it's a fair discussion to have. It's a bigger topic is our campgrounds, because we know we've got so much investment required. I'm looking at Director Whaley, but you know, they need a lot of work. And in order to put that work in, we have to make sure that we're staying competitive in our rates across the region and regionally. So we can certainly work on a method to bring that ahead as a discussion item. Maybe it even gets raised when we start
Budget.
2025 budget.
Thank you. Councillor Capitania.
I just wanted to add a thought, even if it isn't the appropriate time, but in my discussions with ratepayers, it is, especially, I should say, local ratepayers, it is not necessarily the price that makes them feel appreciated as taxpayers to this community, it's the accessibility. And I've really, I think it's we give a month, or is it 30 days? I don't know, because I've never booked a campsite where like locals, I won't say locals, county residents can book before it opens up to people outside. And I think the value there is what people notice. And if that needs to be backed up a bit or something, just to create more of an idea that, you know, you can use these are for you. And then when the time of that booking is up, now it's open to everyone else. If the rate's the same, I don't think that's matters. And we just need to continue giving access, because that seems to be the issue. Now, access is usually the issue for people that want to book last minute. And unfortunately, that's not the way the world works. So sometimes we have to say, hey, you had your opportunity to book your 2 weeks or your weekend or whatever when it opened up for county residents only. After that, it was open to everyone. But that's kind of
Any further comments? I will note, had a few notes. Under community transportation on page 88. Buses are not available for active care with an E. So. Correct? Okay. Under the medical trip outside county boundaries, there's a notation that says buses are not available for active car patients. Okay. The purchase of surrounding county maps, we don't have prices included with that. Is it just at whatever price they set, or do we sell them at a certain price? Oh. Just didn't read this one. And then under campgrounds. On page 91. The campsite booking fee is an add-on. Should that be up? With the campsite prices?
So, Madam Chair, that is the specific cost for utilizing the computer program that we're currently using.
Oh,
So it is separate and apart from what is taken in by the coffers of Athabasca County.
okay. It just because the seasonal campsite application fee is with the campsite rates, it read odd.
Yeah.
That one is further down, like you wouldn't see it at the same time as you would with the seasonal ones. And then for public works, the dust control program, Summer Villages and Village of Boyle. Could that just read other municipalities?
Yes.
Then it doesn't. It's not like Lac La Biche County, if they ever needed something right on the boundary, would get a better price than the Village of Boyle, right? Like, it's just other municipalities in general.
Yep.
Thank you. That was all the comments I had for now. Recall?
Just in follow up to the dust control program, then is that can you remind council, is that our cost? Or are we subsidizing dust control in summer villages in the Village of Boyle?
Sorry, could you provide the page number?
Sorry, 93. Just in follow up to the chair's question about dust control in the summer villages in the Village of Boyle. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Are we subsidizing dust control in those other municipalities?
We are not subsidizing for other municipalities.
Are there any further comments, questions? Seeing none, Counselor. Oh, Counselor Mintz.
Just regarding actually to go on this question, so that $400, now, would that cover gravel too, or that's just calcium?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, that is just calcium. They have been generally providing the prep work and we just come and spray. That's what's happened in the summer villages for sure this year, so.
Okay, sounds good, thanks.
Okay, Council Cromwell has made a motion to direct administration to bring to refer the draft schedule of fees bylaw to county council. First reading
As amended.
as amended. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Item number 5.4 in your agenda package is the draft policy for the collection of general accounts receivable. This is page 95 of your agenda package. Recall?
This was something we discussed last time, and I'd be prepared to move the policy be directed to the council meeting for approval and rescind policy 2700 and 2710. I'd like to add, though, the words any accounts with a balance greater than $100 and in excess of 90 be converted to prepaid only for the provision of services. again, remembering that this does not apply to the collection of utility or tax arrears. This is third-party seller stuff, and
I'm sorry, can you read that a little bit slower?
any accounts with a balance greater than $100 and in excess of 90 days convert to a prepaid only for the provision of services. So if somebody goes here to Arizona and forgets to pay their truck fuel bill, whatever, it won't be a lot of money, but it's if we start having collection trouble with larger customers, then we get on it very quickly and protect the funds of the ratepayers of Athabasca, which seems to have been a theme of our discussions lately.
Counselor Cromwell.
Okay, so color me confused. We said not for utility, but this would affect truck fill, so i.e. water. Right, so we're saying that rural resident that is Bob Joe, who has $101 outstanding on his water bill, would be then classified as prepay only, onward and so forth. I completely disagree, and I will call for a split of that question.
There's no question to split.
Counselor Kapitanic.
Disagree.
I look at this as actually being exactly the same as being on the municipal water line. You can cut off someone's water if they don't pay their bill. If it goes to their house, you should be able to cut off water that person hauls to their house. It is, in my mind, no different.
Counselor Mintz.
But if the person, like, we don't just have accounts at these truck fills. They can do the coin. They can do the coin operated if they want.
Those are prepaid.
Yeah, okay, just as long as we're all on the understanding that there's coin operated and there's card operated, yeah.
Counselor Holland.
Thank you. I think $100, the threshold, is a little unrealistic. We have, everybody has different situations going on in their life. Everybody has different issues. Who knows what can be happening in someone's life, and $100 just seems administratively onerous to deal with something of that. I don't even know if I agree with prepaid only for water itself. I think I would at this point without. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people with different situations that might need a little more grace than that.
Counselor Tremzik, did you have your hand up?
Sorry, out of curiosity, Mr. Hall, would you be willing to consider a $300 or $500? I mean, a load of water could be quite costly on, circumstances, and having a little bit of compassion is something we can take into consideration. Would you consider that?
I think that it's reasonable to discuss a reasonable amount. And to, remember that we're not in the banking business. And if, we think maybe like how the question really is, in my opinion, how much are we willing to carry someone who is not paying us? And once you get to 90 days, like those are pretty much bad debts. So how far are we willing to go? So if you're over, owing $100 at 90 days and you haven't paid it, should we make it 1,000 instead and say, well, boy, if you owe us 1,000 and you get to 90, we'll stop? Like to me, it's about maybe the number needs to be 200. But really, if you're not paying at 90 days, there is a problem. And so how much exposure are you willing to put our ratepayers? Are you willing to put on the backs of our ratepayers for someone who's not paying their debts? I checked the last time I went to Boston Pizza and asked them if they would carry my beverage till the next week when I got paid. And they said, no. Like, BILO doesn't do it. There's some things that is not unreasonable that we say, yeah, we'll carry an account for a while, but we're really not in the lending business. And, at some moment, we should say, here's the line where we expect to be paid and we don't want to have to chase it around. And by keeping the amount relatively small, there's a point where we can normalize it very quickly, because if you go too big, what happens is you let people get into a problem that is greater than they can dig themselves out of. But if you start it off relatively quickly and small, then it comes to their attention quickly. And remember, it's not 160 days. It's if you were 90 days in arrears and over 100. And really, regardless of your circumstance, I mean, that can still get us into a fair bit of trouble with bad debts, because in the first 90 days, if you're spending $300 a month on water or $200 on water, we can be at nearly $1,000 before we put the brakes on and say, whoa, you got to start paying before we'll keep giving you. It's not like, I think there's a lot of grace in that amount and that time.
I personally would only be in favor of the amendment if there was a clause added afterwards to change to prepay only unless a payment plan has been established. Counselor Mintz?
No, I was just gonna mention that, like a truckload of water roughly leaving Athabasca in around $200, $220 for a truckload of water. So if council would be in favor of putting it at 200, then it'd be like, because if you get a truckload of water from a person and you don't pay them, the chances of you getting another truckload of water are none. So, or you'd think that way. So if you wanted to do it that way, that might make it a little more justifiable instead of 100, but pay for your truckload of water.
Counselor Holland?
Thanks. I guess I'm struggling with this because of the fact that people right now are struggling to either pay food, pay utilities, pay for their house, get their kids back to school, all of those different things. So we're not a business. We are here to try and make lives easier for the people who live in the county, and I have to be opposed to this time.
Counselor Cromwell?
Can you read back exactly how we have it right now?
The amendment?
Everything, yeah.
Any accounts with a balance greater than $100 and in excess of 90 days be changed to prepay only.
Unless a payment plan has been made, is that added into it
I
or
would
not?
advocate that.
I have no objections to the 200 and adding that kind of language in.
Unless a payment plan has been established.
But the point for me to move it is to put some boundaries around protecting the assets of our ratepayers, and we have to massage it a little bit to have it make sense to everybody.
Okay, and then
I think if you're making an attempt to pay, even if it's not in full, to me, that makes a big difference versus not making any
Agreed.
attempt. And I wouldn't put a value as to what they have to be paying because of
then
extenuating circumstances.
then based on that $100 and or 90 days, I would like to make an amendment.
Sorry, just for clarity, Counselor, it's not and or, it's and. Both circumstances have to be in place.
So they could be $89 over.
Right, because like we don't want to jump on and penalize somebody who suppose they topped up their cistern and took off to Arizona and missed the bill. Like it's figuring out some mid ground that doesn't catch the people we don't want to, who really aren't in trouble, but also where there's a break on how much of other people's money we dump into a bad debt.
Okay, thank you for that correction. Then that $100 and 90 days, I'm going to make a second amendment to change that $100 to $250 to cover a load of water, which does vary between 200 and 225, give or take around the county. So imagine if you bought 1 or 2 cubes of water with your pickup truck to top off the pool, and then the water guy came to fill up your cistern. I'm going to make it $250 for that amendment.
Is everybody in favor of amending it to 250 rather than 100? Okay. So the amended clause will be any accounts with a balance greater than $250 and in excess of 90 days be changed to prepay only unless a payment plan has been established. Any comments? Other comments? Counselor Gerlich.
I don't know, somehow I think we should be trying to look at prepay for everything, like people. It's so much easier. Like, well, for example, in Rochester, the sewer is $20 a month. So a bill gets sent out for $20, if it's not paid right away, then a reminder goes out right away. I think for these services, I mean, there is no latitude with taxes. If you don't pay your taxes on the due date, there's a penalty put on, and another penalty, another penalty. In most other places, when we had a business, we had to pay for water in advance. We were not given any kind of credit card or anything. You pay. I mean, why is it easier to pay it somewhere down the road than it is today? That's what I don't understand. There'll always be somebody that's in a bit of a financial pitch at one time or another, but I don't understand how extending something makes it any easier to pay later on. I'd like to see us try to go to getting some of these things with an automatic debit where you don't have to bill and it's a consumable and it's a responsibility. It's our responsibility too to see, we're trying to produce the water and provide it at as close to cost as possible. And maybe we can reduce our costs substantially in the billing. 200, I don't know if where can you go and just say, I want a commodity, I want something and I'll pay for it sometime. Makes no sense to me.
Recall.
And I've heard, colleagues say we should get out of the banking business. And I think generally on some things like the truck fills, that to me makes a lot of sense too. The policy, I think, as I read it, would also cover when we do spraying for somebody. So, someone hires us out to go spray their tansy or whatever, or fence line, we send a bill. And again, if we send that bill out and we haven't been paid, then the next year, both are we not doing it until it's paid, and they're prepaying some kind of estimate or something that administration determines. I agree that on many things, if we just made them prepay like is typical in the market, it solves a lot of problems from administration's point of view in terms of the administration of it and would make it more economical. But I wasn't convinced that would be palatable to the majority of the table.
Counselor Mintz.
I think that's a great idea to be able to go to a card system and everybody pay at the pump. You can do that downtown at the fill station, and you can either go with an account, you can pay with coin, you can use your credit card or your debit card. It's a great idea. And I think we should be going that way, but that's a capital project where all of a sudden we got to change all of our automation and all that stuff, right? So, but yeah, this would actually set it up for not just water. I know we're talking about water right now, but there's a bunch of different stuff that we do for people and we charge. And if we carry them a little bit, well, we'll only carry them so much and that's it. So I guess in one question that I got right now is, okay, so we do, the person's got a water account and then he comes out or that person comes out and gets a fence line sprayed and that, and all of a sudden, does that $250 through the chair to administration, is that $250 for just doing this, or is it split up between a bunch of different things that we do, different programs that we can do for them? Like if we do spraying.
I think you're asking, do customers have a single customer account or do they
Yeah.
have multiple customer?
There's the bank. I don't know.
This is also a 90-day balance.
Administration.
Madam Chair, let me try to answer that. I think water's the only one where we let people actually accrue a balance. Everything else, every other service, you pay.
You pay.
So I'm not aware of, do we let other people run up a tab on development permits or subdivision fees? No, I think it's pretty unique to the water system.
The spraying would also be part of it, CIO. The spray services are also part of it, because I've used it in the past and you don't get billed for whatever, like. It takes some time for the county to bill. The other
Okay,
thing, just in terms of thinking, like, because I don't see these bills a lot. I assume, you've got a billing period. And then we issue the bill and then we give so many days to pay. If it's 30 days, now you're really talking about, like, it's not overdue till the 31st day. And so you really are into about 120 days before anything like of use, continued use, before anything crazy goes on, because at the end of August, most organizations would say your bill is, here's your August bill. It is due on September 25th or whatever. And so the time period that is overdue starts on September 26th. That would be how you're correct.
So Reeve Hall has made a motion to recommend that county council adopt the collection of general accounts receivable policy as amended and rescind policies 2700 and 2710. And the amendment to the policy was to add a clause that any accounts with a balance greater than $250 and in excess of 90 days be changed to prepay only unless a payment plan has been established. Any further comment before we call question? Seeing none, on the adoption of that motion, all in favor? Opposed? 7 and 2. Thank you. That motion passes. Next item is item 6.1, which is the draft policy for geographic information systems data sharing. Administration, did you want to address? I believe this item was added by admin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We came upon a situation where a internet provider had requested access to certain data, and we discovered we did not have a policy or procedure in place for this. So our CAO had seen several before. Our GIS technologist has drafted this policy and procedure and the application form. And it's gone through the leadership team, but this would then turn us into, I don't know, wholly functional in the GIS area, so.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thanks. I know it's a lot of work here to do the policy, so many thanks for getting that done. Just curious too about website access. It remains, it's not changed just because of this.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, no, the website access does not change.
Thank you very much.
I did note item 3.1B on the policy. Should read an electronic PDF file of the ownership map is available on the county's website free of charge. Thank you. I did read this. County's website free of charge. Unless we're gonna add it to like Facebook or something then. Any further comments on the policy? Or is there someone willing to make a motion to recommend that county council adopt the GIS authority policy? Your call.
I'd be willing to make that recommendation, but only after I ask administration the question. Sometimes we've had discussions around the table about adopting service level standards. do we want any language in the actual policy to say, like, service level standards are this, will respond to these requests within 72 hours, or we, target an annual ownership map completion? I know the policy, the procedural piece isn't for council to approve, and in there is a procedure that says we'll prepare a map. Does council want to have any service levels defined, or do we just kind of leave it like that? And
Madam Chair, I recommend council move forward without that discussion, and we'll address level of service for every service at some point. In fact, what we talked about at leadership team was that'd be a great exercise for this council to kick off, and then assemble a bunch of information and maybe let the next council finalize that level of service, because it's a big exercise. I've been through it. Because when you actually add up all the services we provide, it'll be well in excess of 70 to 80. So council will have to debate what level of service do we provide all those things. It's a big project. So I recommend we just move forward with this policy so we can deal with these current customers, and in policy drafted, which is based on other municipalities.
I'd move the recommended motion with the correction to the 3.1B.
Recalls willing to move to recommend to county council adopt a GIS data sharing policy as amended. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Next item is item 6.2. Our RMA discussion paper on Bill 20 implementation.
Madam Chair, I'll just give a brief overview. I didn't anticipate us walking through every page. But especially, really, the first number of pages are RMA's analysis of the input they would like to make for the regulations, which are to come out in the new year. I think RMA has done which is Wyatt and his team, have done an excellent job writing down all the concerns that every municipality would have. But I think we're putting it on maybe the whole agenda so that also council and our public sees that there's a lot of rules being changed again. And every time it does that, there's a big cost to us. There's a big hassle. We'll have to bring things back to council. And then, there are some that, smaller municipalities really, RMA points out they're going to have a hard time absorbing some of these changes. Maybe we'll be fine, but it's a cost to everyone. Even a little thing like making every land use public hearing now must be virtual. But we have that ability today. We're lucky. There's a lot of municipalities, maybe they never went fully virtual. They weren't streaming their council meetings, but it's going to be required for everyone. So they're pointing that out. I think RMA has done a good job pointing out all the problems. I don't think we could do better than what RMA has done. So it's provided for discussion, Madam Chair.
To start the discussion, I wanted to point to page 116 of your agenda package under what would help provide clarity for municipalities. And RMA has stated, in some cases, municipalities could be unaware that a bylaw is in contravention of the provincial policy. And I just think of how many policies and bylaws we've looked at during our term and how we really, if they change something, we wouldn't know the next day that what's in contravention and what's not. And I thank them for advocating that, sometimes we're in contravention, possibly not because we're trying to be, it's just procedurally and practically, it takes time to catch up on everything when they make changes and we have to try and play catch up. So, and then that's extra burden and extra work for our administrative team and our everything. Councillor Holland.
Thanks very much. And I agree with what you have said there. And I really appreciate you bringing this forward, not only for discussion here at this table, but for the public to see all of the changes and laid out so super well. And the RMA has done a fantastic job, as they always do, in getting that done. So I guess more than anything, it's not really a discussion of this because we know what's happening, but it's a question through the chair to administration, communicating to the public. Is it possible, and of course, it probably is a motion that's going to be required if council is also in agreement, but is it possible to add a link to this particular report from the RMA that we have again in our featured area of our website, so it's easy for the public to find and also to share it on social media, because a lot of public, I also notice in having many conversations, are still think that we as councils have our own divisional budgets, and that, you know, we get out there and operate the grader and tell them exactly how it works. So, you know, it would be great to have as much information out for the public as possible, that more changes are coming down the pipe.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I do have a couple of notes things that I pointed out that I'd like to ask administration about the impacts that these changes would have on our municipality. The first being page 134. Pertaining to the requirement for a permanent electors register. What kind of administrative burden would that place on our team without us even being really in control of it? Like, in a municipality our size, what would that entail?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we don't know yet, because as our RMA has, pointed out that we actually have to work with the chief electoral officer in establishing this. So other than a handful of municipalities in Alberta that may have done this in the past, because it was optional before, it's gonna be new for most municipalities. So they're gonna have to provide us a bunch of guidance. Basically, everything to do with the Local Authorities Election Act, they're gonna have to put on a bunch of training programs around Alberta for all of us to get up to speed on all the changes. It's gonna be complicated. And there's a year to go. There's basically a year to go before the next municipal election. And everyone's gonna have to get up to speed on all these changes by October 2025. So there's a big burden.
Thank you. Recall.
I think on this one, the other thing is it's troubling because it is, fits in with the trend of increased downloading onto the municipality by the province. But also when I look at it, I think this is the practical piece of this, like meshes in with the recall legislation, which requires these kind of documents. Right, so this is just one more piling on of additional work.
Any further comments or questions pertaining to the RMA discussion papers on Bill 20?
When I reviewed it, I don't personally have any objections to the positions RMA's taken, and think that it would be reasonable to, offer a motion to adopt or support the position that RMA has put in front of us here. That, that Athabasca County Council supports the position paper as documented in the RMA analysis.
So is that to recommend to county council to formally adopt position? Okay.
I'd also propose that we don't require all 40 pages of this reprinted in our council agenda.
Paul made a motion to recommend to county council to adopt the position stated by RMA in their discussion paper on Bill 20. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. It would now be in order to receive a motion to go into closed session. Looks like I haven't called question yet, so what do you need?
Just to back up, do we need a motion for the communication of this report?
Administration, do we need a motion for that, or is it something we should
just-
add at county council?
Just
minutes?
to post it on our website as a thing from RMA, we can do that. Jordan, you can do that.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Counselor Cromwell has made a motion to go into closed session at 1:14 PM. All in favor? Motion carried, 8-0. We good? With regards to item 8.1, Counselor Wallach making a motion to recommend that county council adopt the position paper discussed under item 8.1. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Regards to item 8.2, Counselor Gerlich made a motion to recommend county council to direct administration to respond to the request as discussed. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried 9-0. Thank you very much, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 2:10.